Yeah, they hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. Way too fly, yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation, now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Swatting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich.
Got a lot to talk about tonight.
I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else.
Right,
I had to set them straight, yeah. I had to ball, so I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah. I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly.
Man, salute to the ATP Combat Media family, the community. Man, I appreciate you guys. Shout out to Pop Shop Talk. Shout out to Andrew Charles. Oh, thank you. We don't talk boxing. I know they don't like talking boxing. They don't like to talk about boxing. I know. You know what I mean? And we'll talk about some of the stuff they talk about too. Why not? We could talk about Ron a little bit. We talk about Devin a little bit. You know what I mean? Why not? But we're going to get back to the boxing because boxing is lit, man. Man, so much boxing going on, man. We got events coming up. Big fight coming up. Big old Bam Rodriguez and your boy Estrada, Juan Francisco Estrada, coming up soon. Salute aka Crowder. Salute Mr. Big Play. We got so much to talk about. Teofimo about to fight at Claggett. Yo, I have a feeling that Teofimo Steve Claggett card. Well, the fight, I think it's going to be a good fight, man. I think Steve Claggett is coming to fight. I think he's going to provide Teofimo that dancing partner Teofimo needs to build some excitement. I think that's what that fight's about. We're going to talk about that a little later as well. But, you know, outside of it obviously being really not competitive, I don't know if Steve Claggett really can bring that competitive that competition that's going to make it like, I don't know who's going to win. We know Teofimo's going to win, but Steve Claggett does bring that live body to the fight, and he's a brawler, you know what I mean? He likes to get it in. He likes to fight, and that's what Teofimo's looking. It's going to be a complete opposite fight from the Vergil Ortiz fight. We'll talk about it a little bit more, you know what I mean? But I just got a funny feeling about that fight. It's going to be a pretty damn good fight, you know what I mean? And, of course, we got some fights that have been put together in recent time. We got another Navarrete, Oscar Valdez, Emmanuel Navarrete, Oscar Valdez getting ready to come up. We definitely got to talk about Rafael Espinoza this Friday, putting on a clinic, man. Just, when I saw that fight against Chirano, whatever his name is, I can't remember his name, but when I saw that fight, I caught glimpses in my mind of a potential like how Sebastian Fundora, Errol Spence fight could look, right? When you got that tall puncher in like a Rafael Espinoza or Sebastian Fundora. But with Rafael Espinoza, we saw him controlling that distance, even though he was still making himself available to get hit. Like, how Robesi kind of took advantage of him being in distance to get hit, but he still does a decent job establishing that distance. Sebastian Fundora could, he could produce those type of adversities for Errol Spence. We'll talk about later. We'll talk about that later. As well, right? We got so many things to talk about when it comes to that. Before we even go on, rest in peace to Roy Jones's son. Tragic loss. When you have a child, I can only imagine, and I don't even want to imagine. He took his life, and condolences to that family. And I hope these guys I hope they're working that out over there. Roy Jones Jr. is like my favorite boxer of all time. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. He's just my guy. You know what I mean? So heartfelt. Blessings and condolences out to that family for sure, man. That was real crazy to hear, you know what I mean? Like they said in John Q in that Denzel Washington movie, he said, my son is supposed to bury me we ain't never supposed to bury our sons. You know what I mean? So condolences to that family for sure. For sure. And of course, we're gonna break down there's so many things going on. I got them written down. We got Chad Catterall and Regis Prograis. Look like they're about to make a move in Manchester. Big fight for Regis, in my opinion, for him to get into a fight like that in Manchester, England. He gets to go across the ocean. We'll talk about how that fight should be going as well. And then, of course, in the news, Shakur Stevenson. Obviously he has a fight coming up, but where does he go? Where does Shakur go? We're going to talk about that tonight. Does he stay with Top Rank? Does he go with Matchroom? And if he goes with Matchroom, is he going to, what kind of fights can he get at 135? Now, granted, we know that Shakur is in the conversation for fighting Tank Davis, right? But at the same time, if he's going to go to Matchroom, he needs to stay busy in that 135 division. You know what I mean? How realistic is it that Shakur Stevenson might be considering going to 140 and competing up there a little bit? He's been talking a little bit about, what it would look like him versus Liam Paro, or what it would look like him against Subriel Matias. He's conversated about it. We'll talk about it. Him at Matchroom, what does that look like at 135? Does he go play around at 140? Is he going to jump around weights? Is he going to go 140, 135, 135, 140? And, that's not, I found out with a lot of fighters that hasn't been the most successful thing. You know what I mean? Emmanuel Navarrete is going down that same road, right? He went up to give it a shot at 135, didn't find any success. Now he's coming back down to 130 to do a sequel with Oscar Valdez. We'll see how that works out. These guys usually, playing with that weight, but it's not that much weight. So we'll talk about that tonight for sure. Andrew Charles and Shakur falling behind the pace a little. He needs to step it up. Well, that's hopefully what he's supposed to be looking to do against Artunian, right? He's supposed to be stepping it up, showing out, making up for that De Los Santos performance. We'll see what that looks like for Shakur Stevenson as well. We're definitely going to be talking about that as well. Vergil Ortiz has got a dancing partner, guys. He kind of got left up in the air a little bit with the Tim Tszyu situation. It looks like he's going to fight, in my opinion, a very dangerous fight, right, against Serhii Bakachuk, however you want to call his name. Very dangerous fight for him. I think way more. Now, maybe not way more, but when you think about the fact that Tim Tszyu came off of the fight he came off of with that injury, and it just seems like. Serhii's looking for that fight to make a name for himself on. This dude's an interim WBC champion right now. He beat Brian Mendoza in his last fight, and now he's putting himself in position if he beats Vergil Ortiz, to be right there in that conversation to fighting the winner between Sebastian Fundora and Errol Spence, right? And obviously putting himself in the same conversation of fighting, the winner between Terrence Crawford and Ismail Madrimov. We got to put that on to perspective, but I think it's a big fight for Vergil Ortiz, just as big, if not bigger, than the Tim Tszyu fight, right? Just as big, in my opinion. Maybe people don't give it that value because Tim Tszyu probably has the more popular name. Of course, he does have the more popular name, but as far as competitive wise, big time competition. Oh, salute. We got my co-host in the building. Shout out to Ray Davis. Good, Ray. Talk to the people, Ray.
What are we talking about? I'm a little late getting in here, so we just had a little situation with the kids playing baseball. Man, had a death in the family. We already talked about it. You know what I mean? So a lot of things going on. But listen, I just heard you talk about Fundora and Earl Spence, or did I hear you talk about something else? Salute, Boxing Kangaroo. Salute. What's going on, Pop Shop?
Yeah,
what's going on? Look, talk to him. Listen. Hold on. Go back to that screen again. Hold on.
No doubt.
What's up, everybody? What's going on, man? Smash that like button. Ray Davis in the building. For real. All right, I had to come in right. All right, play for that. Yeah, man. But hood, keep cooking, man. I was listening.
Man, we was building, man. Just kind of giving him a little bit of a rundown of what we're talking about tonight. We got a lot of boxing to talk about. I'm gonna be honest with you. And obviously, we're gonna tap into the Devin Haney, Devin Haney champion in recess. What does that look like for him? What are we looking forward? Is Devin Haney leaving 140 forever? Does he go to 147? What does he look like at 147? What changes is Devin Haney looking to make in between this time right now, going from a defeat like that with Ryan Garcia? I mean, he's made it clear that he has intentions of rematching Ryan Garcia when Ryan Garcia gets back. But at the same time, we can get deeper into it to say that Devin Haney had a bad weight cut in this fight. Is he tired of the bad weight cuts? He came from 135 to escape the bad weight cuts. He had a bad weight cut against Ryan Garcia. He's trying to get stronger. He's been playing with this weight game a lot. And, I've said it. I've kept it 100 and told my community, I've talked to you, Ray Davis, and how uncomfortable I am with Devin Haney doing these weight cuts, gaining 20, 25 pounds overnight to fight the next day. I think it's, I'm not comfortable with it. So is he tired of it at this point? And he's even mentioned, when you hear his talking about no longer, fighting catch weight, fighting what weight he feels comfortable at, he's addressing it in his own way. And, it's safe to say, in my opinion, it's a conversation. It's reasonable to say that he may not be coming back to 140, even though he's a champion in recess. It looks like he wants to, get outside of that weight cutting issue. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Ryan Garcia obviously being suspended for a year. Time served as well. It'll go back to April. So really like 10 months suspension. What does that look for him? You can't listen to what Ryan Garcia says. You got to watch what he does, and you got to, you can't really listen to him, because according to him, retirement is in the air. And, he's not happy with the way the New York State Athletic Commission has handled this. But regardless, his team went with the plea deal. They've agreed to take this 1 year punishment. They fined him for his purse of 1.2, 1.1 in change. Well, I don't know what it is, a purse. Some people, the boxing space is going crazy. The content creating space just wants this man to be innocent by any means necessary. And partly for maybe they're Ryan Garcia fans, but I think me and and a lot of the people know in the community that there's a lot of hate for Devin Haney at the end of the day, right? So we don't know, fan of Ryan Garcia, hater, detractor of Devin Haney. We can talk about that tonight as well. If we get into that. Also, Devin Haney suing for losses. I don't know about that. We'll talk about so many different things to talk about tonight, man. And now that Devin Haney's a champion in recess, according to WBC, we've also got a new champion now in Alberto Puello. You guys remember Alberto Puello beat our boy Gary Antoine Russell, was an interim, now a full upgraded WBC champion. Looks like him and Sandro Martino are actually scheduling the fight for that belt as well. But Alberto Puello coming in as a champion. They're not fighting for a vacant belt. Alberto Puello will be defending his WBC championship against Sandro Martin. We'll talk about that fight as well. And then, listen, man, 126 pounds, Rafael Espinosa and Chirano Sanchez. They just fought Friday night. Great fight. On that same card, Abraham Nova was fighting as well. Lost a fight that I don't think he lost. I think the judges kind of did him dirty. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But 126 is picking up. Like 126 is picking up. I think the missing piece to 126 being right there with 140 and 154 is the upgrade of a Monster Inoue to come in that division and make that division just completely blow up. You got Robeisy Ramirez in there. You got Rafael Espinosa, obviously. You got Shushu Carrington in there. You got all these fighters in the division right now that's making the division very interesting. A lot of interesting matchups. Ray Vargas is there. You know what I'm saying? Right. We'll talk about that as well a little bit later. We'll continue to talk about that as well. I'm hearing rumors of a Robeisy Ramirez, Rafael Espinosa rematch. We know that last year they fought, and that was potentially one of the fights of the year last year with the big upset. But at the same time, one of the most exciting fights we saw all year long. So we'll be talking about that as well. You know what I mean? So much to talk about. If you guys don't know by now, you'll get to know that we talk about boxing here. And this is no shot at no particular channels, but there's no way in hell we're going to sit here for 3 to 4 hours talking about a sparring video, talking about somebody being suspended, talking about somebody else retiring. No way in hell are we sitting here for 3 to 4 hours doing that. You can get that shit the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? We ain't trying to hear none of that. I don't know about what, there's obviously there's channels to where you can go and see that all you want. And, we'll never interfere with that channel's algorithm. So you'll feel free to do that. But over here, we're not hearing none of that.
Like a pile of bullshit.
Not hearing it. You know what I'm saying? So welcome to a boxing channel that talks about boxing. Hope you guys enjoy it. If not, you can go and campaign Devin Haney. But where do we start tonight, Ray Davis? How you feeling?
Ooh, I mean, let's start with yeah. Salute to the chat. Rick Timms, frequent flyer, big play. Andrew Charles, you know what I mean? Excel, everybody in the building, you know what I mean?
Rick.
Yes. Pop shop.
We're not talking about no channels, XL. We talking about whatever channel fits your shoes, man. We just saying at the end of the day, we talking about boxing here. Trust me, a lot of boxing.
Yeah. We ain't thought. Listen, if the shoe fits, wear it, as they say.
Yeah.
But
I promise we're not talking about no specific channel.
Directly.
I promise you.
No direct shots. You know what I mean? But yeah, man. I guess we could talk about this Vergil Ortiz thing, man. All
right. Well, look, man, Vergil Ortiz, Serhii Bohachuk. You know what I mean? Sergey, I guess, is it Serhii or Serhii Bohachuk?
Serge.
You know, he got himself an interim WBC title. Now, the storyline behind this, I won't get too deep into it, but just remember that Serhii was actually scheduled to fight Sebastian Fundora for that WBC title. And we know that Tim Tszyu was supposed to fight Keith Thurman for a catchweight fight. Now, Sebastian Fundora got an opportunity to unify, to fight for both belts when Keith Thurman caught his injury, right? So Serhii Bohachuk ended up fighting Brian Mendoza. He beat Brian Mendoza pretty it was a pretty dominant performance. This kid is not, these Eastern Europeans, I'm going to keep on telling you guys, these Eastern Europeans they're not here to play no games. They're really about that life, you know what I'm saying? So that's what we got to see. We got to see Serhii Bohachuk beat Brian Mendoza. Brian Mendoza also coming off a very competitive fight with Tim Tszyu that he lost a close decision. You could say a close decision. Nah, I won't say close decision, but it was a competitive fight until it wasn't competitive, right? But at the end of the day, Serhii's battle tested is my point. He's a battle tested middleweight, and at the end of the day, him fighting against Vergil Ortiz, giving Vergil Ortiz, in my opinion, his first real look at 154. I think Serhii's going to give him that first real look. This is a fight where Vergil Ortiz is going to have to make the 154 pound. He can't come in over like he's been doing, right? He's going to have to come in on weight, and he's fighting a boxer puncher, Eastern European style fighter in Serhii Bohachuk. Vergil Ortiz, it's reasonable to say has never fought an opponent at this caliber. This is going to be his first A-class 154 pounder he's fighting against. What do you think happens in that fight?
I think Vergil struggles. Vergil does have the power to make these things happen. It's not like Vergil's not a power puncher. He also has that style that's just simply the same that struggles against the European fighters in that Mexican fight for the coming forward style with the high guard. It has shown that it struggles a lot in most cases. I think that he does struggle in the fight. He may win because he does have the power. He does have the equalizer. But at the end of the day, we haven't even seen Vergil even make the weight yet. So he may win and never even get the title because he may not be able to catch the weight. So that's another thing we have to look at. This dude, Bergachuk, because there's two of them. Man, make sure I say it right. Bohachuk, I'm sorry, let me say it right. Again, I think this guy is the real deal. I think he's lining himself up because he wants the opportunity to fight, and he doesn't look like he's going to just lay down and just let anybody come in there and take it from him. Pause. But at the end of the day, I think he definitely has what it takes to put himself in the contender status of the most Ross Clark of these legitimate opponents that he can have. I mean, he's ranked. He's not ranked. He's the interim champion at WBC. So get a guy his props for that. I mean, you can say what you want to say, but it is what it is.
Yeah, man, I agree with you, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. We also got to understand that at the end of the day, what's happening here is the winner of this fight puts himself in position, as I said earlier on the build-up here, to let you know that this is positioning. This is a huge fight. This puts the winner of this fight gets in the conversation of fighting a winner between a Sebastian Fundora and an Errol Spence, or even fighting a winner between or the loser of an Ismail Madrimov and Terrence Bud Crawford. Because you guys got to remember that Terrence Bud Crawford and Ismail Madrimov, they're fighting. Mauricio Suleiman said that the winner of this fight is going to become the mandatory to Sebastian Fundora and an Errol Spence winner, right, for that WBC title. So there's so many things intertwined with this fight. There's a huge fight. I'm expecting both guys to definitely step up and put their best foot forward, because these are one of those fights that make a huge difference. Vergil Ortiz, let's not forget, if I have to remind you guys, coming off of that crazy injury / sickness, whatever you want to call it, that he went through at 147, this man was on suicide watch. You know what I'm saying? He thought his career was over. So here he gets an opportunity to get back into the title contention at 154, going up in the weight class, but at the same exact time getting an opportunity to even fight the fighters that he really was looking forward to fight at 147. He thought he got robbed. He was really upset because he wanted to fight Terrence. He wanted to fight Errol. He wanted to fight Boots. Now he doesn't get a chance necessarily fight Boots, and I say necessarily because we don't know if Boots doesn't make a play for 154 to get an opportunity to get in this conversation at some point as well. You know what I mean? So Vergil Ortiz, huge fight for him. The man is undefeated, all knockouts, 100% knockout ratio. But once again, let's be honest, has not fought this level of competition before. He has not been in the ring with this level of competition. So that 100% knockout ratio could work for him or against him, right? It could work for him in that he's confident, but it also could work against him because fighters sometimes, you look at Edgar Berlanga, I always bring him up, a fighter who started off his career with a 100% knockout ratio until, I don't know if it was 16, 19 fights, however many fights he got to. But when he finally got in the ring with that level of competition that wasn't just going to go away, you know what I mean? He kind of folded. He folded. He had a hard time. That's when we started seeing the dirty side of Edgar Berlanga, biting people and, hitting people in the back of the head, hitting them after clinches, elbowing people. That's how he dealt with it. Not saying Vergil's going to deal with it like that, but just to say that this is a real test. We just also saw a fight from a fighter who had a 100% knockout ratio and Gary Antoine Russell, right? Against Alberto Puello. We saw what happened when he stepped that game up. When the level of competition stepped up, it got a little difficult for him, and he took his first loss. So this is going to be a big fight for Vergil Ortiz, man. Huge fight for Vergil. And obviously, Serhii Bakachuk has been waiting for this his whole entire time at 154. He's been waiting for this opportunity. So he's not going to let some new guy from 147 come up with all that clout behind him and take his opportunity away from getting in the conversation where he feels like he should have been anyway. I mean, you're dealing with somebody who's this close to becoming a WBC full regular champion in his last event, and just an injury with Keith Thurman pulled Sebastian Fundora out that fight, and they took that belt and put it over there in a conversation between Sebastian Fundora and Tim Tszyu. So this guy's got to be wired up, juiced up, and ready to fight on that night. And if you guys are wondering the date, it's going to be August 10th. I think I saw somebody mention that, if it wasn't Mr. Big Play by Bray. August 10th, it looks like that fight's getting ready to come along. Salute to Karma Serene. Salute, Queen. I was over at your channel earlier, so you guys building over there. Salute, salute, salute. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. So, how does that fight go, Ray, in your opinion? I mean, just based off of what you know, do you have any predictions on that fight, or is it, what do you say?
No, I have to wait till it gets closer. You know how I am. It depends on what I see as the fights go on. I have to do some research and watch them fight. Like, I've seen Vergil fight a lot more, and I only seen a recent fight with Boyachuk. So I want to see more, see where they match up and see what styles. Like I said, the styles make fights to me, and it kind of helps me on my conclusions. But I just think Boyachuk actually is not going to lay down in front of Vergil. Vergil usually knocks people out with the body shot. So is he going to be able to do that with somebody like a Boyachuk? You know what I mean? He only fought on I think he only fought on Oscar's cards, and no one really in the top 10 or really top fighter in all his fights. Even at 147, everybody was screaming that, he's beating people up, but who has he fought? They was checking his resume back then. So that's a lot of question. Eye test does work. You're right. I agree with you, Box Game.
Gary passed the eye test.
But listen, let me tell you something. Frank Martin passed the eye test too to a lot of people.
Frank Martin.
Guess what? Eye test only works for so much.
Sabril had you guys open. Sabril, everybody thought Sabril passed the eye test.
Except for me.
Was the whole champion. It's about that level of competition,
right,
guys, and that's why it's all about fighting the best fighting the best. It's to get these questions answered. A lot of these fighters, they're getting through on the eye test. And the fan base, seeing how they are, talk them out of fighting the best. Like, oh, we don't need to see him fight. We already know what he's going to do to him. We going to know what he's going to do to him. Listen, man, until they fight, they haven't fought. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Until they fight, they haven't fought. You know what I mean? And that's why the best has to fight the best. And that's why we preach that on this channel. We really don't sleep on these fights like a lot of people do. We need to see them. You know what I mean? We don't care about all this. The eye test is great. We're right here with you on the eye test. Listen, if the eye test wasn't great, we wouldn't even want to see the fight. The eye test tells us, man, we need to see this fight. But there's no way in hell we're going to treat them like they fought when they ain't fought. If they ain't fight, they ain't fought, bro.
And just to touch base on the eye test, every time I tell you guys, you're only as good as your last fight, which is a key to the eye test. Because everyone sits here and says, oh, this guy's better than this guy and this guy. But then you criticize the guy that had a close fight or you know, a tough fight or just a loss. And you're like, yo, this guy he's no good. I knew he was like that. No, you've seen this guy this way for so long fighting people that he shouldn't have been in the ring with. Now he gets an opportunity to fight somebody that has a skill set, and guess what? We find out that he struggles, loses, or you know what I mean, just has a tough fight, and that's when you see the battle in a person. So I like to actually see a person that comes out the battle and know that they went through the war and won, as opposed to somebody that just goes in there and just be like, you know what, it's easy work, and then you're like, yeah, that's my guy. Because then they're never being tested, and when they're not being tested, guess what? You gotta ask that question: are they really that guy?
100%. I agree with you 100%. So me personally, I'm with you, by the way, as far as making my decision who I think is going to win this fight. I think there's a couple of boxes that just we need to see if they're going to get checked with Vergil Ortiz. We have to remember Vergil is, he's looking great, but at 154, he hasn't fought nobody. And those fights have ended. Both fights ended in the first round. Vergil has 2 rounds in the 154 weight class division, and he hasn't even fought at 154. He was at catch weight on both fights, right?
And let's not forget, Clay, the last time he was supposed to fight somebody significant was our good friend Stanionis. And what happened?
Right.
One time Stanionis pulled out, the next time Vergil Ortiz. I think the next 2 times Vergil Ortiz couldn't make the fight. And then he
the last time he ultimately almost died, right?
Yeah, right. So we got to remember, like, that was a big fight for him. That was his coming out party. So we gotta show some respect to Vergil. At the same time, we gotta also respect him that he hasn't put the almost like a McGear. How you felt about McGear? And I was like, yo, listen, but McGear has showed and proved that he is that guy. You know what I mean? He's probably going to be the next crowned king at 160 if these guys move up to 168. I'm 60. Oh, geez, I'm way off. Anyway, you know what I mean. He's gonna be the next crown king over at 160 65 68.
No, 134. You talking about Vergil?
No. I'm just saying as McGear. I'm just making a comparison.
Oh, I'm McGear, Jaime, right.
I'm just making a comparison. I'm like, he might be that next guy. But Vergil can also show us like a McGear. I just don't want him to show us like he's Barlinga. You know what I mean?
Right.
Similar careers, different paths. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Make sure right one.
Vergil comes into the ring with Robert Garcia. He comes in with a good, he got a good support team around him. They've been building him properly. I'm sure. I have faith that he's been working hard in the gym. He's been developing. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt that he's been developing in the right way. So, he's, with Edgar, I don't know too much about, his pedigree, where he came from, his coaches, and, what kind of track record they have. Vergil does bring, like somebody said in the chat, the eye test with Vergil Ortiz speaks to Vergil Ortiz's, I don't want to say potential, but his pedigree, who he can be. What's the word I'm looking for? Not pedigree, but what he could possibly do. You know what I'm saying? Speaks of Vergil Ortiz's possibilities. What he's capable of. That's what I mean. His capabilities. It speaks to his capabilities, that he's capable of being on the big show and putting on that performance and beating somebody like Serhii Bohachuk. But those X factors, those intangibles are still floating, and we can't act like they're not there anymore. We need to see how his body reacts to coming in at 154. We need to see how he deals with somebody who's going to punch back, who's not going to sit there and be a punching bag, who's not just going to sit there and overcommit and over, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Overdo it. He's an Eastern European. And I keep telling you guys, these Eastern Europeans have that boxing pedigree. They're disciplined like that. He's not going to fall for every little thing like that. Vergil's going to have to work for this win. So, and then he is very comfortable at 154. He's been there for a while. His when you look at who he's fought, I think he has a better resume than Vergil Ortiz. You know what I'm saying? He's fought harder fights, and he's not only has he won the fights, but he's dominated in his fights. He's showed that he's levels above the guys who he's fighting against, and that's a lot to say when somebody like Brian Mendoza gets put in that same conversation as far as the people who he's dominated. Brian Mendoza, let's not forget who Brian Mendoza is. You know what I'm saying? He knocked out Sebastian Fundora, the current WBC, WBO champion. He knocked him clean out, right? So we got to remember that Serhi being able to do that, you know what I'm saying, with Brian Mendoza says a lot. Brian Mendoza coming off that loss with Tim Tszyu, but still a competitive fight, didn't get knocked out. So Vergil has his work cut out for him, man. Right now, if I got to be honest with you guys, man, the eye test looks good for Vergil, but I'm probably leaning a little bit towards Serhi right now at the moment. But, you know, time will tell if we'll change our opinions on that as we see.
That's actually what I'm going with. That's how I even started off saying that, but I just didn't want to, like I said, I need to do some more research. And Carmen Serene's like, the Queen's right. You know what I mean? He passes the eye test as well.
Right.
I mean, got to check all those boxes, man. That's what it comes down to.
100%. You want to add on to this conversation, or are we going to leave this until it develops a little more?
Oh, no, yeah, we'll let it develop because I just wanted to touch base on it so they know that we watching. We watching these fights.
Oh, yeah, we on you guys. We on you guys, man. We watching all these fights, man. Catching as many. Look, there's so much boxing going on, guys. I can't even catch it all, and I'm catching it, a lot of it. And there's so much more going on. You know what I'm saying? So I can't sit here. Well, I'm not going to keep dwelling on it, but there's no way in hell. 3 to 4 hours, no way in hell. Anyway, no way in hell. You know what I'm saying? Right, so look, do you want to move on to the? I don't know. You probably didn't get a chance to see the Rafael Espinoza fight. I'm not sure if you did or if you didn't.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. So I'll comment on that and say, listen, man, Rafael Espinoza is going to be a difficult. Rafael Espinoza is going to be a difficult fight for anybody at that 126 class division. I don't care who it is. He brings those intangibles like Sebastian Fundora does, except in my opinion, Rafael Espinoza is way more disciplined and knows how to use those intangibles way more than Sebastian Fundora has proven he can use it. You saw what he did against Robeisy Ramirez, and this fighter who he fought against in Chirino Sanchez wasn't even competitive. Right hook, right uppercut was finding him all night long. Put Chino down in the first round. I don't remember when the fight got stopped. Dare I say maybe the 5th round? I feel like the fight might have got stopped, but regardless. As I told you guys, I saw glimpses of what I want to see from Sebastian Fundora. I saw a glimpse in Rafael Espinoza, what I wanted to see, what I hope Sebastian Fundora is working on and is able to deliver. No offense to Errol Spence, not saying I want him to beat Errol, but just to saying I want to see Sebastian Fundora use his attributes in the same way I saw Espinoza using him, controlling that distance, running Chirino Sanchez into a lot of bad situations. Chirino was trying to swing with him, and he was just using that distance and using that uppercut the way I would hope that Sebastian would try to use it with Errol Spence. But staying on topic is on the 126 division. Rafael Espinoza makes the division that much more interesting. He really just does. I can't wait to see the rematch between him and Robeisy Ramirez. I would love to see a Shushu Carrington fight against either one of those, Robeisy Ramirez or a Rafael Espinoza and everybody else who's in the division. You know what I mean? It's up for grabs right now in that division. Unifications are very realistic in that division. A lot of those fighters, most of those fighters aren't PBC fighters, if any of them are PBC fighters. So a lot of those fights are just going to start getting made. I'm looking forward to see how Rafael Espinoza does in that rematch, to see if he is the truth, because you guys got to remember when he fought against Robeisy Ramirez, although he won that fight and it was a great fight, Robeisy was pretty much handling him pretty well in that first half of that fight. He put Rafael Espinoza down, so Robeisy, it's reasonable to argue that Robeisy is going to come back in rare form and could definitely win this fight. You know what I'm saying? That he could definitely win this fight. So at the end of the day, Rafael Espinosa on fire. It looks like the rematch is going to be against Robeisy Ramirez. Looks like they're trying to coordinate that, give Robeisy his get back. Looking forward to see that fight without a doubt, guys. You know what I'm saying? Definitely looking forward to see that fight. And like I said, 126 getting spicy. If we can see a Monster Inoue make a move up from 122 and come up to 126, that division just takes clean off. I'm telling you guys, that division gets real crazy, real quick if Monster Inoue makes that move up to 126. And let's remember, Monster was in New York when Shushu was fighting and was there in the audience, and Shushu and him did a little bow to each other. Shushu made his intentions very clear that he wants to fight Monster Inoue, but Monster Inoue, in my opinion, not fighting any. He's only fighting for belts right now. He's all about his jewelry, and there's jewelry there. Very realistic for him to get Ray Vargas up there. I don't remember the actual breakdown, that complete division right now, who the champions are. I believe Lamont Roach is holding another belt in that division. No, Lamont's at 130. But at the end of the day, a very spicy division, to say the least. Looking forward to see how that division turns out. Hold on a second here. We're losing a little bit here, trying to catch it back. Bong, there we go. We're good. Sorry about that, guys. Oh yeah, Nick Ball for sure. Nick Ball's in that division. He's holding that WBA title right now, and even with Raymond Ford, I don't know if he's made it official that he's going to 130 yet, but if he's at 126 division, it makes it a very interesting fight. And, it's funny, I was breaking down and looking at the height chart from Rafael Espinosa all the way down to Nick Ball, knowing that Rafael Espinosa sits at like 6'1" and Nick Ball sits at 5'2". Could you imagine those guys fighting each other? I mean, you caught a little glimpse of it when Ray Vargas fought against Nick Ball, what it could be, but still a complicated fight. And I think Rafael Espinosa just, I think he's just, I think it's reasonable to argue that he's better than Ray Vargas. I don't know how Nick Ball does against a Rafael Espinosa. He's just a whole nother animal in that division. And like I said, those attributes that he brings, those are the intangibles that you just don't know how a fighter is going to act when they get in front of him. It's the same way I feel about Errol Spence and Sebastian Fundora. I think Errol Spence probably pound for pound more than likely is just better than Sebastian Fundora. I don't think we need to argue that, but tall, long arms, it's just awkward. It's got to be an awkward fight. You know what I mean? Salute to Jay Cash, the money man. Salute to Sonny Augustine. Salute, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, Ray. So I was just cooking on that. 120 on fire. I brought up Monster Inoue. If he was to make that move up to 126, how much more interesting the division would get if he decided to do that at any point in time, which I think is very realistic. I know a lot of people don't like to they don't think that's a realistic thing. I don't know why they don't see him going to 126. Crazy. What's your opinion on 126 right now?
Definitely a spark in the water. What I mean by that is we got to remember where these divisions were. 126 has always been a good division for the champions coming up that are currently at 135, 140, even 130. We have a history of champions coming out of those divisions, such as Sweet Pea, all the way up to I think even Floyd. We have Tank right now, Loma, and even Shakur. So that division has always made the better, the fighters as they grew in their careers. So and that division is popping right now. Like, it's got a lot of good fighters, even some prospects that are even ranked high. Inoue would just make the division even better. And I think Inoue is just looking for, in my opinion, Clay, Inoue is just looking for the fight that's going to give him a problem, which I like what he's doing. He's going for the best fighters. He's looking for the fighter that's going to give him the best challenge, and he can get a belt. So he's not running from anybody, which is good. But that division is full of competition. It's almost like Boots if he moves to 154. He's going to have opportunities. So that's why I think 126 is definitely the division. And I think from 126, you got 135, maybe 140, or 130, either or, pick one, and then you go 154. And I think those are the hottest divisions in boxing right now.
Definitely, I definitely agree. I definitely agree with you, man. We'll see how that pans out, man. A great performance by Rafael Espinosa, real champion in my opinion, undefeated, got the heart of that Mexican heart. You know, I mean, I can see the fans also gathering around him. He got a great response from the audience. Audience loved him, man. I mean, it wasn't as big as an audience as when Nysac Cruz fought on that first PBC card, but just ratio wise, they were the Mexican fan base embraced the living daylights out of Rafael Espinoza in the building. The way he fights really puts that Mexican style on the showcase for everybody to see. It puts it up front. He does it well, and he's able to deliver. He's able to deliver those shots, man. And he's just going to be a problem in that division, man. So I'm excited to see how he affects the division. I'm excited to see how the division just picks up from there on. You know what I mean? Now, Sonny Augustine asked a question. He says, "Can you elaborate on the Ryan situation? I'm hearing some fans are saying he's cleared of wrongdoings." Listen, man. I'm going to be honest with you guys, right? This Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney situation has become it's a circus. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to say the least to watch a lot of these content creation spaces jump into their bag, basically, in my opinion, taking advantage of the fans in this sport, people like yourselves who come to channels to watch boxing, and they're just taking advantage in trying to make content so that you guys can hit them with their super chats, right? Ryan Garcia popped on the Osterine test. The New York State Athletic Commission, based on the findings of the A sample and the B sample and the samples that they took, found him guilty of it. That's why Ryan Garcia is suspended. He's suspended for the illegal use of PEDs. He's suspended for a year. He's lost $1.1 million in his purse, and he's paying $10,000 out to the New York State Athletic Commission for failing a test that WADA was covering and the New York State Athletic Commission was covering. That's the truth. Now, there are rumors going around that the New York State Athletic Commission did a test, and the first test they did popped negative for Osterine. That's not true. That's a lie. New York State Athletic Commission's first test didn't test for Osterine. That's why it came back that way. It didn't come back negative for Osterine. They never tested for Osterine because they used a cheap lab in Quest. Shout out to Quest Laboratories. Don't want to knock you guys, but just not on the level of WADA, and they weren't testing for Osterine. Once they saw WADA popped him on Osterine, they went and took their B sample and had the B sample tested for Osterine specifically, and of course it popped. Why? Because he had Osterine in the system. That's it. That's why it popped, and that's why he got suspended. Everything else is just nonsense. It's just to keep your attention going on something that doesn't make a difference. Devin Haney's story has a little bit more context to it because now he's retiring. Well, he's not retiring. He's taking his hiatus. He's a champion in recess. Where is he going? We're going to talk about that later. Me and my co-hosts are going to talk about that a little bit more. But at the end of the day, any narrative out there that's pushing any story of Ryan Garcia not being what he's already been convicted of doing is lying to you guys. It's not genuine. It doesn't deserve your attention. And if I was you guys, look, I'm not going to throw you no shade. You can say I wouldn't listen to these guys, right? But I'm going to say, help them push the conversation along. It's up to you guys to let them know that this is old news. What's actually happening is what's actually happening. And everything that you guys are saying is fairy tales. It's nonsense. It's all just to make Devin Haney look bad. And I'm not the biggest Devin Haney fan like that. I know people would say that, but the reality is I just tell the truth about what's going on with Devin Haney. And because of that, I get tagged and get this jacket put on me that I'm some diehard, mindless Devin Haney fan. It's not. It's just that you guys out there are ridiculous. The jacket you put on this guy, just to see him fall down is ridiculous. And I can't lie with you guys or hang. I'm not on that energy, right? So that's all it is. You know what I mean? That's my answer. That's all I could say. Man, I wish Ryan Garcia the best. I hope he takes this time to get some mental attention, some mental health attention, and he addresses that. I do think that's real. I know a lot of people want to say he's trolling. I'm not one of those people who subscribe to that idea. I think he needs to get that addressed. I hope he takes his time to do that. I think he's a great boxer, but when mentally you're not there, You're not there mentally. As far as Devin Haney, go get your mind right, brother. Listen, I wanted him to fight Sandor Martin, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna tell you like this: if you don't feel like being in the ring, don't go in the ring, because boxing ain't nothing to play with. It's not a game. You don't play boxing. So if you're not 100% focused and all in on the task at hand, you might need to take the year off, man. We'll talk about you when you get back, though, because I don't talk about boxers that don't box. Okay, I don't see it talking about boxers that don't box. I talk about boxers that's boxing. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I stand on it, man. I mean, other than that, I don't know what else to tell you guys. You heard? I don't know if you want to respond to it. I'll give you the stage.
It's tough because you pretty much touch on everything. I think where we're confusing things is that everything you said is legitimate. The test has proven that he had it in the system, regardless of that being accidental, which I find hard to believe, or whatever the case may be. His lawyers did a bang up job on getting him a reduced sentence. He pleaded guilty. When you plead guilty, regardless, that means they have a case. And that means you're taking it because you know your lawyers are telling you, look, it's going to be bad. You might as well take this plea. So right there and there, right then and there, we should stop talking about this. We should stop going on with these narratives and pushing these envelopes just to get, like Clay said, we're just pushing for money, man. We just preaching to a choir. It reminds me of was it the Son of Sam or the guy from Waco, Texas, that just convinced these people, hey, just follow me, be my minions. I'm gonna lead you to paradise. Just come on with me.
It was a David stretch.
Yeah, and you just bringing them. You convincing these people all these things, and then guess what? You just tell them to go. No, I ain't gonna go there. But give me your money
and drink the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, and just leave it like that, bro. It's crazy. You know what I mean? Like let's just stop pretending that this is not a serious incident. And then the fact that, like Clay said, you're kicking another person's back in on this just because you know that this guy was a legitimate threat to the guy that you held at the Crown. I'm not going to go on further because there's much more to talk about on this, and we're going to touch on that. But just for that, we can turn to anything, guys. We just had a great fight week, right? Did we not? And what was on? Matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, that fight happened April 20th. We are now 2 months past that fight. Why is it still news? I don't care. You know what I mean? Like none of that stuff means nothing.
Facts,
we're sitting here fighting. We're sitting here beating a dead horse. It ain't nothing going to change. You know what I mean? However you paint your pictures, whatever, however you want to change the narrative, it don't matter. It already happened, it's decided, and it's over. Let's stop pushing those whack energy out here, bro. Like it's just whack.
Yeah, without a doubt. And more than anything, and then like I said about Ryan Garcia before, Ryan Garcia isn't the first person to fail a PED test. He's not going to be the last. The story really isn't all that unique. But I'm gonna be honest with you. The way a lot of these content creators are dealing with this, and they're supposed to be giving you guys the facts. They're supposed to be giving you guys boxing news. They're supposed to be telling you guys about what's going on in the world, bro. I'm gonna tell you right now, man. A lot of exposing is happening right now, and it ain't Ryan Garcia being exposed, and it ain't Devin Haney being exposed. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, there's so much boxing going on. If you can't find something else to talk about that's interesting, it's reasonable to question your boxing. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like what you're doing out in the world. Are you watching these fights? Like what's going on? These guys have changed into boxing fans, and they've turned into capitalists in the boxing space, and they're throwing shots at you guys that it's really beneath you guys, and it represents the boxing as well, because the boxing also, we're not getting the fights we want to see. We're not. We're getting told to get pay-per-views to see fights that shouldn't be on pay-per-view. The boxing fan has become extra casual, and it doesn't take much. You guys are giving up the booty for like Burger King. You know what I'm saying? You guys are getting taken out, you know what I mean, to the Chinese buffet, and you guys are getting like straight ran in your ass. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the night, you know what I'm saying? No phone call the next day. You heard? Right. Don't even acknowledge your existence the next day. They playing you guys. Ain't no more Sizzlers. Ain't no more Roof Chris Steakhouse. And you know what I mean? wait for a month, show me you interested, take me to the museum, spend a little money, buy me flowers. Y'all going out for Burger King. Y'all going out for daytime Burger King, lunch Burger King, 1 o'clock in the afternoon Burger King, knocked in your ass by 4 o'clock p.m., on to the next bitch by 8 o'clock p.m. Probably, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's how y'all getting played. I'm just keeping it 100. The boxing space is doing it to you as far as the matches they're giving you guys, and these content creators are doing the same exact shit. I'm just gonna go up in here and let these guys talk, open up a panel, let these guys argue all day about Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia for like 2-3 hours, blow up my super chat and go home. Call it what you want, man.
You know what the crazy part about all that is? They all repeat the same thing. It's rinse, wash, repeat all day long. You know what I mean?
They don't even fool you guys with different thumbnails.
Right.
It's not like they put something on a thumbnail that gets your interest and you get fooled when you get in there. They're letting you know straight up. We talking about this, the same shit we talked about yesterday. We talking about today. Right. 700 people in the chat.
Right. Crazy.
It is what it is. It is what it is. Right. So we're not going to stay on this topic too much longer. Shout out to Sonny Augustine. Hope we didn't get too long with it. Got a little passionate because it is a pet peeve of mine, the way these guys do it. But yeah, man, a lot of boxing to talk about, man. That's all I gotta say. Is a lot of boxing to talk about. That's what I'm here to do, and that's what we're gonna do here. And hopefully, guys just get interested in boxing, and they'll know where they can come talk about boxing or hear about boxing whenever they finally get interested in boxing. You heard?
Right.
So, anything you want to close with, or can we move on to the next topic?
I mean, listen, man. I mean, we'll like I said, we're gonna touch on this anyway, but it's sad that you're enemy of the state for nothing. You know what I mean? It's just sad.
I missed a big play. The Junior Whopper meal is kind of hitting. The Whopper meal.
Damn, that's a big play. Do it for the Whopper, huh?
Man, the Whopper's official, man. That's American. That's traditional. That's like baseball.
That's
you know
crazy,
what I mean?
Man. That's hey.
Pause because of the Whopper. I got you. So let's move the topic on. I got 100,000 things to talk about. We talked about Vergil. I wanted to tap into Emmanuel Navarrete and Oscar Valdez in this second the rematch, and an opportunity for Oscar Valdez to redeem himself. Oscar Valdez has said that he's back with a vengeance. When was Oscar Valdez's last fight? You guys remember who he fought against? It was a good fight too. He boxed real well.
Was it?
I'm gonna tell you right now who it was.
You know what? I'm bugging. I'm about to say Kaseki, but he already fought him. He lost to him. I mean, he beat him.
Kaseki has a big fight coming up. We're gonna be talking about a little bit later too.
He got a fight coming up.
But it was let's see, Oscar. I know it was a great performance, and he said he's back. You know what I mean? Oscar Valdez should be right here. Here he goes right here. His last fight was against it was Liam Wilson. That's who it was.
Yeah.
It was Liam Wilson. End up giving a TKO. I think it was like in the 7th round. Ended up stopping him. Really had a great performance. Said he's revitalized his career. He's reborn. I don't know if is Eddie Reynoso still Oscar Valdez's trainer?
That's a great question. We'll find out.
If anybody in the chat know if Eddie Reynoso is still training Oscar Valdez? I think he might be.
His trainer is Manny Robles. Currently, yes. Eddie Reynoso is his trainer. Yep.
Okay, so coming in with a great trainer. And that last fight that Oscar Valdez and Emmanuel Navarrete had was a great Mexican just shootout. Obviously, Oscar Valdez caught the bad end of that exchange between him and Emmanuel Navarrete.
It's coming, T.Y. Don't worry, it's coming.
Ryan Garcia ain't get suspended for Oscar, and it was supplement disclosure that he got suspended for a corner.
Oh my God! Stop clout chasing this dude, bro. Stop giving him too much power, bro.
Yeah. It's all good. But back to Oscar Valdez and Emmanuel Navarrete. Their last fight was a very entertaining fight. Very entertaining fight. So I'm definitely very available to see them fight again. Let's see if Oscar Valdez can make those adjustments. It did look like at times in that fight that he was overcommitting to them. He wasn't sticking to his boxing. He kind of played Emmanuel Navarrete's game. Let's see if he brings he is a big puncher still, but he's a small guy, even at 130. Even at 130. Salute Blue Board Sports TV.
Brother. Blue Blood in the building.
Email. If you feel like coming up. But I thought it was an exciting fight, and I'm down to see him fight again. What say you?
Hey, listen, man. I thought he was dominated in that fight. Pause. I just thought he really got his ass cooked. I think it looked worse for him in that fight than it did when he fought Shakur.
Right.
But if he believes that he's back, and this is why you have second chances, because you already fought the fight. So either goes exactly the same, or you make the improvements and make it a better fight. And you see the keys to victory. And that's for you to take those keys and drive that car. You know what I mean? Other than that, you know what I mean? I see it should be a good fight, especially when this rematch is always good fights. You know what I mean? Like I said, it's either, we just want to see different. We don't want to see the same ass whooping.
Yeah, man. He has to find some. And Ty said it very well, articulated it. You know what I mean? Overcommitting, allowing his heart to lead the way and not his brain. It's good to know that he has the heart to sit in there and fight. I mean, he walked away with his right eye was shut completely. You know what I'm saying? He still kept fighting. He still kept fighting the same way, which is entertaining. The audience was going crazy in the last round as they decided to both throw, put it all in the ring. He put it all out there and try to take a chance at being great. But now that he's already had the taste of what it is when he does that, what kind of adjustments are there for him to make that can make the difference in this fight to make him victorious over Emmanuel Navarrete? Is Emmanuel Navarrete coming into this with a belt? I think he is still champion, right?
He never dropped the belt because he didn't win. He didn't win the next one up, so he still is a champion. And the crazy part about this is, I think he does win. I think actually Oscar Valdez takes this victory. Seeing that Navarrete had one close fight and a loss, going up to 135.
Right.
Sakiel actually exposed him by showing you how to box. Like, the guy is really bad against boxers, and he want to utilize his power to try to win a fight. And if his shots for him throwing them power shots, like his left hooks and his uppercuts, aren't there, guess what? He's walking into trouble. And it's an easy way to take advantage of Navarrete and beat him, and especially if you keep him in the middle of the ring.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you, man. I think there's a good chance Oscar Valdez wins this fight. I think he has the pedigree, and I think he has the right corner that can give him that right advice, and that can take the experience he had in this 12-round fight that he had with Emmanuel Navarrete. They have a lot of data to process. They have a lot of experience to bring to this next match, and adjustments could definitely be made. And like you said, I was going to refer to it as well. Emmanuel Navarrete coming off of 2 fights, one against what is it, Barachek or something like that. I can't remember his name. He's a European who literally boxed his brains off. You know what I'm saying? Box his head off his shoulders, like just made it just a boxing clinic. You know what I'm saying? However you guys want to look at it, whether it was entertaining or not entertaining, whatever you guys want to call it, it was a boxing clinic, and he wasn't able to compete on that level. And like you said, with Robert Kasechia also, even at moments, kind of turning the fight into like the same fight that Oscar Valdez had by trading with him a little too much, but ultimately was able to stay alive and get a close, I believe. No, what am I talking about? It went to a draw, right?
Yeah, it was a draw.
It was actual draw, right?
And he barely got that. I thought he lost the fight. If it wasn't for the knockdown, he would have probably lost that fight.
Exactly.
He kept him at the end of the jab, and even when he was trying to throw those power shots, bro, it was just like he was not landing them flush.
Right.
He kept Robson kept him guessing. And,
right.
And it just seems like he's just an isolated fighter.
Salute to salute.
It's the same issue that we have with the last 2 losses of power punches in the boxing ring, right? Just talking about that. The boxer always can beat the guy that's flat-footed and just wants to land up high-power shots. We just seen it, Gary Antoine Russell lose, and we just seen Sabrina Matias lose. They do the same thing. You know what I mean? They look for that power shot, and that's all they do is walk forward. Guess what? Navarrete did that, and Robson Kasechia exposed him. And then he got beat by a guy who didn't even look like he should be beating him, spinning him around and everything, clipping him every which way you can imagine, and Barachek, and sent him right back down to 130. Keep your title, stay there, bro. You can't play up here with the big boys. Stay there. So I think now we're going to see something different. So I hope I hope when we see Oscar in the ring again, he does learn something, like I said, from that, and learns where the weaknesses were. Or he goes in there with a little fear in his heart and say, you know what, wash, rinse, repeat. You just better than me.
Tom will tell that story. Always Tom tells the story better. I think they're looking to do that in late August. I think is when they're looking to put that fight together. I don't have the exact dates yet, but you guys know. As soon as we find out, you guys are going to find out. That's for sure. So looking forward to that rematch. Emmanuel Navarrete, Oscar Valdez 2 going down, man, at 130 pounds. Emmanuel Navarrete will be defending his WBO title. Oscar Valdez gets another opportunity to be champion again. Let's see if he's able to snatch that opportunity, make the best out of it. And because if he gets a belt in that division, well, look, man, there's all types of opportunities waiting there with Oshaki Foster. There's all types of opportunities in there with Lamont Roach. There's great fights that could be made for him in that division if he's able to secure himself a title fight. And that being said, we can segue into Shakur Stevenson and what he's got going on right now, right? Shout out to Shakur Stevenson, everything over there. We know Shakur Stevenson has a fight coming up with what's my guy's name again? Artem. Our reunion or
something like that. If I see, I can say it.
Starts with an H, his last name. But I'm gonna say that, you know, this is a big fight for Shakur Stevenson. He has to really, coming off of a lackluster performance, to say the least, against Edwin De Los Santos, you know, trying to build his value back up, and he needs to build his value back up because this is his last fight underneath that top rank flag and that banner. And he's marketing himself to put himself in position to either get a great contract that he gets to renew with Top Rank or move on. Eddie Hearn has made statements showing that he has interest in working with Shakur Stevens. He believes Shakur Stevenson hasn't been marketed in the right way. That is a way to market him properly. He's supposed to be a star. And I tend to kind of agree with Eddie Hearn. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Shakur Stevenson does bring star qualities to the table. If we just don't think about that Edwin De Los Santos fight and we just, you know, look at what his trajectory was before that fight, he's a pound for pound fighter, level fighter. But this, you know, you're only as good as your last fight, as my co-host likes to say, and your last fight was wah, 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 boo boo. You know what I'm saying? So this next fight is going to make the biggest difference. We know that Artem fought Frank Martin last. If you guys don't remember, he gave Frank Martin all he could handle. Really made it a very competitive fight with Frank Martin. And once again, another Eastern European fighter making it difficult, you know what I'm saying, for these fighters to show and prove. And I'm going to tell you guys something right now. The reason why you see a lot of these Eastern Europeans jumping into the ring and causing all these problems is because these fighters aren't fighting the best. They're not competing at high levels. Right. And when they get in these Eastern Europeans are totally cherry picks going wrong. They don't have the big names. They're not big stars. They're being slept on. And then they get inside of the ring with your favorite fighter and they run it with that boy like you wouldn't believe he'd run it with him because they're over there working their asses off trying to make something happen. So Frank Martin ran into that. Shakur Stevens is about to run into the same fighter. But I'm going to tell you right now, it's an opportunity for Shakur Stevenson because everybody knows that this fighter is already tested and tried true by how he fought Frank Martin. So a victory over this fighter and a dominating victory over this fighter, dare I say a stop to this fighter, you know, would completely put Shakur Stevenson right back in the conversation, that pound for pound conversation. Now, look, guys, upon a win of this match, he has choices to make, whether he's going to stay with Top Rank. Both Top Rank, Bob Arum and Matchroom Eddie Hearn have shown interest in keeping Shakur Stevenson, keeping him at Top Rank or bringing him to Matchroom. The question is, where does he go and where he goes, what does that mean for his career? Because when you look at Matchroom, how many 135-pounder fighters do they really have to give Shakur Stevenson, to offer him, you know what I'm saying, in a fight over there? They have a lot of 140-pound fighters over there. You got Liam, you got Sabril, you got a lot of fighters. I mean, I know Sabril's not he is Matchroom. I'm talking about Liam Paro might be going Matchroom as well. But there's also other 140-pound fighters that are over there at Top Rank and other divisions that have been known to work with each other, especially with Turkey over there. The chances of Shakur Stevenson moving up to 140, I think, moves up exponentially if he goes over to a Matchroom, in my opinion. at a minimum, compete at both weight class divisions, compete at 140 and 135. But Shakur Stevenson also dealing with the fact that he's looking to get himself, his name is finally in the conversation of fighting a Tank Davis at 135. So he's kind of caught up between a rock and a hard place. Does he stay at top rank and get more 135 pound title shots like Lomachenko is there for him and Berichek is there for him? Or does he maybe go over somewhere that's a little more friendly with the PBC so that he can secure that fight with Tank Davis? Is that worth it, doing something with the PBC just to get a fight with Tank? I don't know. Or does he go to Eddie Hearn, fight some 135-pound fights? But ultimately, let's be honest, he might have to go up to 140. There's some big opportunities up there at 140. Shakur Stevenson's already spoke about what it would look like him in a ring with the Liam Paro or Subriel Matias. So he's already entertained the conversation in his own weird way. But the big fights at the end of the day for him to make at 140 pounds with Eddie Hearn. What say you, Ray Davis? What does Shakur Stevenson's future look like after this fight? And what sits on this fight? How much weighs on this fight going the right way for Shakur Stevenson at this point?
I think Shakur is actually trying to lend himself to Turkey or Sheik. I'm being honest. I think he's really looking to see if he can get over there and collect some of that information, work with Bud, get closer to Bud, see if he can catch a fight with the other two top-ranked fighters and see if they can get that fight done. But it seems like Tank already beat Shakur to the punch with Loma, so that's not going to happen. So his only other choice is Berichek to unify. By him unifying, that just makes a fight or the pot all sweeter for Tank and Shakur, or Loma and Shakur to meet if they both are successful in their fight. All of any of them are successful in their fights. I think this fight coming up with Atrium Haryatim Nunn, whatever. I think his this fight is not as easy as Shakur thinks. It's actually I was calling this a long time ago the battle of the silver medalists, because they're both silver medalists in the Olympics, and I think this is going to be very skillful. Shakur is now fighting a guy that actually, you talk about somebody ballooning up in weight, because Shakur always catches himself in weight and he moves up in weight too. People don't really talk about how big Shakur gets, pause, when he rehydrates. So now you got two guys that know how to rehydrate on their weigh-ins, and they come into the ring heavier than the weight division. So this is gonna be fireworks, believe it or not. You're gonna see some fireworks in this fight, and don't be surprised if we see Shakur now bouncing off the back foot because he thinks he's gonna run into this guy like it was like Yoshino. It's not gonna be the same fight at all. I know it seems like an easy fight or a cakewalk, but you seen what this guy did with he was undefeated too, by the way, believe it or not, before Frank Martin. So and we seen what he did with Frank Martin. Now, I'm not saying Shakur doesn't get the job done late. I just think that he has to overcome some adversity in this fight, and I think we see some tough challenges. It's not going to be a cakewalk at all.
100%, man. I couldn't agree with you more, man. And that was a real good call out you did on the both of them being silver medalists, man. This is a very competitive fight, guys. Very competitive fight, and I'll be honest with you, that whole card is lit. That's going to be one of the best cards of the year. Eliminate the 5-on-5, or you can keep it there and eliminate this August 3rd card that Turkey Al-Sheikh is putting together, which is also very competitive. But as far as underrated, this fight card has an opportunity to be one of the best fight cards of the year. You got some great fights on that card. You got Abdullah Mason fighting on it. You got Keyshawn Davis fighting on it. You got Kelvin Davis, Keyshawn's little brother, fighting on it. And, of course, we got the fight that we're about to talk about right now with Oshaki Foster and Robert Consequio. Great fight. Robert Consequio having some close calls in the past couple of fights that he's had, but very competitive fights, all the way from Shakur to Navarrete. And who did he just fight recently?
Shakur beat him up. It was Oscar washed him. Shakur washed him. Then he had two good fights.
Right.
Navarrete, and then he just fought recently against. So he had a draw. Did he lose the last fight, or he won the last fight? Didn't he? He became the interim somewhere.
No, yeah, he won the last fight. He fought against.
I'm trying to remember.
Okay, I think he won. I'm pretty sure
he did win. He won. I think he became the interim champion or something like that in the division. So, yeah, he's doing his thing over there, bro. He's definitely doing his thing. What's up, Sean? Welcome back, brother. Always good to talk to you. But yeah, he just won his last fight. It was a really good win too, because I think it was a 10-round fight too. He fought and he dominated that fight. He showed some skill sets.
Let's see, is this the guy? No, it's not him. Let's see here.
It's not Robinson, it's Robson.
Oh, Robson. That's why I messed up. Damn, I'm tripping. Let's see. Okay, here we go. His last fight was against. Yeah, no, it was against O'Shaquie.
That's who it was.
No. He's fighting O'Shaquie right now.
He's fighting O'Shaquie. No, it was Nova.
Ivan Gordo. Yeah, Gordo Ortiz.
Okay.
Jose Ivan Gordo Ortiz, and he won that by a TKO. And then when Emmanuel Navarrete got that draw.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what I said, yeah. And then he picked up the interim to that belt for O'Shaquie. That's how he got that fight. Remember, this is like his fourth title fight, and like his last. He's getting a lot of chops at these titles, bro.
Yeah. This is a big fight for O'Shaquie,
right?
And it might be O'Shaquie's toughest fight up to date for himself. Kentucky coming with that Olympic, Olympian level pedigree, and showing has had a lot of great competition in his past couple fights. I think it's a big fight for O'Shaquie Foster. Also, might be one of his last fights at 130.
Yeah,
maybe he might fight one more if he gets a chance to unify with Lamont and all those guys. There's people lurking out there that want a shot at O'Shaquie Foster at 130, but at the same time, 135 is there for him to get some big fights as well. So this might be his last fight at 130 as well. We'll see. Who are you leaning towards in this fight?
Oh, this one? Oh man, that's a tough one. Well, I think O'Shaquie. I would personally go with him because I could see this actually being another draw. Because styles make fights, bro. I'm telling you, styles make fights, and I think the way O'Shaquie fights is similar to a Navarrete. Only thing is he has a little bit better footwork, and he has a better control of his jabs and stuff like that. Like he definitely is a really good a better boxer than Navarrete. But I think it's a similar take on the fight. And I think this could actually just be a draw because, like I said, Robson, Kasekiel, he literally is a great boxer. Like, I've watched this guy fight the last 5 or 6 fights of his, and every fight he's been in has been except for the Shakur fight. I think even with Shakur fight, he still had a good, some good solid points he was making. It was a wash though, but I think everybody else he fought made a good fight at him. So I think he can do the same thing here. He's not afraid to throw the big shot. You know what I mean? He's not. He definitely sets up his punches. You know what I mean? So he does a lot to. He can be very disturbing. I can see the draw. I don't know if he. I don't know if he stops him. I don't know about that, TY. I think that either goes to a split decision, or a majority decision. I don't think it.
Oh yeah, Kasekiel was tough, man. If he was able to weather that Navarrete storm and find his way around the ring on that situation, he definitely has the grit to make it to a fight with O'Shaquie Foster. And much respect to O'Shaquie Foster. I know he has the ability to stop anybody. He's that kind of fighter. But Kasekiel has that ability to slow that fight down if he needs to. He knows how to slow it down and turn it into a war of attrition. And I'll be honest with you, we got to see O'Shaquie Foster potentially get put in a position where he has to adjust to where if he continues to just fight coming forward and is bringing all that aggression, that he can end up in a bad situation. Let's not forget the fight he had recently. Like, when was it? It was on that card. Who did O'Shaquie Foster fight?
Nova.
Was it Abraham Nova?
Yeah.
No, the fight where he made the big comeback at.
Yeah.
It was with Eduardo Hernandez.
Yes,
it was. He was stopping him in the 12th round, but it was like a comeback fight where Eduardo Hernandez.
He was in New Mexico. Yeah, then he had the Nova fight. But here's the kicker. Mm-hmm. We seen him in 2 tough fights because he struggled to make that weight to stay down there at 130.
100%.
That's the key to this fight. That's why I said a draw. That's the key.
Once again, great observation, man. That's why I said O'Shaquie.
Salute all things.
Could be hit for sure. Salute to all things, man. Salute TY too. I don't know if I said salute. Salute to Sean Salute to you, bro. You said all those fighters you named on that card fighting anyone, or is Top Rank still feeding them Similac as usual?
Yeah, I read that.
Listen, they're fighting, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not all the way familiar with Keyshawn Davis's opponent that he's fighting. Let me see here. Keyshawn's fighting against Miguel Madono, sitting at 31 wins, 2 losses.
Let me see. I think this Madono. Yeah. Madono's a pretty good fighter.
Yeah, and it's a big fight for Keyshawn because after this fight, Keyshawn's in a conversation with a lot of with probably a belt in his next fight potentially. You know what I'm saying, or interim or something of that nature. Keyshawn's up in there trying to. I think he's ranked like number 3 or no, like number 6 overall. I think in the division, I think he's like number 3 for a WBC shot. You know what I'm saying, for a shot at the WBC title. So he's right there on the cusp of making that happen. I saw somebody in the chat mention it that Bob Arum just let it be known if Shakur was going to leave Top Rank that, you know, Keyshawn pretty much takes Shakur's spots and gets into the conversations of the Lomachenkos and the Baricheks and all those guys. You know what I mean? So this is a huge fight for him. It's a fight that's going to catapult him to where he needs to be in. Let's remember Keyshawn's only 10-0, 10 wins, 0 losses. So, you know, he's a young fighter, prospect, big tough fight.
Listen, this guy Madono has only been outboxed twice. He's been outboxed twice. He's never suffered a KO loss. But he has 28 KOs, bro, with 31 wins.
Right. Yep.
This guy's a knockout artist. You know what I mean? His percentages is like 87.
No, I think it's 90%. 90%.
I say 87, 90%. 97. You're right, 90%. So this guy has what it takes to beat him. I mean, we never seen Shakur fight real talent. This is hence. I'm not saying I'm sorry, not Shakur, Keyshawn. Keyshawn has shown sparks of energy. I actually like the way he handled his last fight. I thought his energy changed, especially him saying he grew up and stuff. But then he went right back on that. You know what I mean? I'm gonna run my mouth a little bit. You know, I don't like the fighters that really talk too much. You know what I mean? So once he started that, bro, I was like, nah, this guy is definitely he might be food for this guy, bro. Keyshawn might walk into something. I'm telling you, it ain't funny. Don't be putting me up on the screen like that. Because I be looking at you just
your moment. Let you get your moment. Know what I'm saying? For
cool.
sure.
No, it's cool, bro. I got you. You messed me up. I'm not saying he's fool. I said he could be for this guy. This guy is a really good fighter. He's a great puncher. Keyshawn, I don't know if Keyshawn needs adversity. Look, that word's been a lot this last month. Adversity in boxing has come up a lot. Keyshawn's going to have to find some. He's going to definitely feel some wear and tear in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, Keyshawn's fight up until this fight, his biggest competition has been against a Pedraza, who, you know, a lot of people saying.
Oh, you're saying he's fooled. Yeah, listen, I agree with you. Yes, I'm sorry, Clay. I agree with you. I think this is a potential fight where he's fooled. Because once your competition starts stepping up and all you did was fight like gatekeepers and journeymen, now and guys that just are cherry picks, now you get into the elite B, A, and A pluses. And this is not an easy fight for him.
No, it's barbecue and mildew time. You know what I'm saying? Like, This is what it's all about. And, you know, J.R. Spock said, I'm getting tired of seeing Keyshawn fight as a huge favorite. I feel you, J.R., but I'll tell you what, man, it's the eye test that has people feeling some kind of way about Keyshawn, because in reality, outside of his level of the fighter he is and what he brings to the table, Keyshawn's a fighter with 10 fights. As a professional, he just left prospect. He's supposed to be the favorite against the fighters he's fighting against. Look at what Abdullah Mason's doing right now. Abdullah Mason literally has more fights than Keyshawn Davis does. You know what I'm saying? So the reality of the situation is he's right where he needs to be, and he's actually moving steadily. You know, he's right on time. Maybe moving a little earlier than he's supposed to be when you think about the fact that he could be in a conversation for a title shot before he even hits 15. More than likely, he's going to be fighting for a title before he even hits 15 fights as a professional boxer. So, you know, that pedigree he brings from the Olympics and what we've seen him do in other matches have us, you know, feeling like, you know, he's getting kind of like babied a little bit. But I think there's arguments to be made that he's not being babied at all, that he's actually right now getting kind of thrown to the wolves. When you look at, he's fighting a dude who has 31 wins and 28 knockouts. in the division as a fighter with 10 wins, right? He just came off of fighting a Pedraza who's pretty much on his way out the door. You know what I mean? Who's an older fighter who's not there, but still the best fighter that he's fought against, and now he's jumping up immediately to get into a fight that'll potentially put him in the conversation of fighting Lomachenko or Barichek or, God forbid, even Tank Davis. You know what I'm saying? He's in all those conversations right now. If Shakur right now were to leave and go to 140, go to Matchroom and go to 140 and not be in 135 no more, Tank's going to want to probably fight Keyshawn. Yep. You know what I'm saying? That's probably. He's gonna
say that. He's gonna say that very easily. He wants that fight.
Right, 100%. Yeah, no, 100%. J.R. Spark and Sean for sure. He has a huge amateur record. You know, I'm not saying he's not supposed to be where he's at. I'm saying he's exactly where he's supposed to be at. But let's keep in mind that he only has 10 fights, so he's not behind where he's supposed to be. If that makes any sense, he's not. It's not like Keyshawn should have been fought for a belt 3 fights ago. No, bro. You know what I'm saying? He's right where he's supposed to be. This fight's going to be another test. I think he's getting managed well. I think the matchmaking is being done well for him in a very realistic way, to where we get to see him fight in some competitive fights, but at the same time, they're not killing him. They want him to be a star. They know his potential, so they put him against those right fights. But I think the trajectory is clear of where they're heading with him and what we'll be seeing him potentially, the capabilities of what we'll be seeing him involved with in his fights to come. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
So we'll see how that turns out, man. And then we got his little brother Kelvin on there too. Right. Kelvin Davis is on that.
Hold on, we'll wait, because I know his older brother fights too.
Kelvin's gonna fight at 130 or 135. Hold on.
140 will be his older brother.
Is it gonna be
his youngest brother's like 150?
Yes, it's gonna be 140. It's gonna be 140.
That's his oldest brother. His other brother is at 154. His younger one.
Right. Yeah, this is his older brother. Right.
Yeah.
So that looks like it's gonna be a 140 fight. He's actually been fighting a lot of catch weights fights. Coming out of 143, 142. So we'll see how that fight turns out. But he's also you know, he's one of those tall fighters, right?
Yeah. He's like 6'1" to 6'2", something like that. Yeah.
You know, he kind of gives you that energy that Rafael Espinosa and Sebastian Fundora kind of bring. He kind of shows, once again, these are the kind of fighters that are kind of giving me that look that I want to see Sebastian Fundora kind of get into. Want to see Sebastian Fundora learn to use those attributes, those long arms, long legs, and use them. You know what I mean? So we'll see how he looks against, you know, Errol Spence. Hell yeah, Morotalo, Keyshawn, great fight. I mean, these are the fights that we're probably gonna be looking at. These are the kind of
and you know what? He had a tough fight last fight too. And,
yes, he did.
And I'm very upset that Shakur still didn't take that fight. You know what I mean? I think that would have been a great fight for his last fight. He had time to do it because, as you can see, Morotalo fought early April. Right. So it's definitely
been adamant that he's not the reason that fight didn't get made. That pretty much Bob Arum.
No, he said Morotalo didn't want it at one point, and I was like, I don't know about that. That dude's been calling you out.
Recently, he kind of hinted towards Bob Arum. Like, you know, like he basically had to take what they gave him. I think Bob Arum's been known to do that. You know what I'm saying?
But he was trying to spoon feed Morotalo to him earlier in the year.
Right,
so
he was.
When did it not become a problem? He was
Shakur leaving. I think he thinks he's giving Shakur the harder fight. I think Artum Haratunian, I think he thinks is the harder fight.
I think it's the worst. I think it's a worse payday, if you ask me.
That too, yeah, that as well, 100%. 100%. You know what I'm saying?
Andy Cruz. I don't see him with Keyshawn Davis, but I do see Andy Cruz ranked in the rankings. And you know who I can see Andy Cruz fighting? Because he's not on that number 7 list. We didn't hear who that number 7 guy was, which may be Andy Cruz, which I think is actually the sleeper of the whole bunch. You know,
right.
But I think Andy Cruz actually has what it takes to be a great dance partner with Tank Davis at this point.
Right. He's like a prime Lomachenko, except maybe even a little better.
Okay, yeah. I like that last part.
Yeah.
Maybe
what I'm saying is
he's actually better.
Right. So what I'm saying is the boxer that they want to see in the ring with a Tank Davis that they think they have in a Lomachenko is actually what Andy Cruz brings to the table. That's
my bad, man. I had to give you the gas face with the corner stare. I was like, what?
But understanding that, I'm putting it in perspective of people are saying that Lomachenko's a little aged right now, that he's not the same Lomachenko he was 5
Let's use
years
the
ago.
word season, you know.
Yeah, we'll use the word season, and you know, people wonder if we've lost out on the Lomachenko Tank Davis fight that we all wanted to see because of where Lomachenko was at right now, and just bringing it full circle to say that Andy Cruz brings that feeling, brings that Lomachenko, that, you know what I mean, that technical boxer that everybody wants to see Tank Davis in the ring with.
So let me tell you what scares me with that fight with Tank and Loma. See, a lot of people gonna laugh at me when I say this. Floyd was supposed to be seasoned and took on the competitors in those fights and won. Because
wait, are you saying Lomachenko has a chance to be? You were saying
I'm not saying. Listen, it's boxing. Every person that gets in that square circle has a chance to win. 100%. So let's not get it twisted.
Right.
But I'm just saying it's not too far fetched to say that Loma, being a late starter in the game, is still prime as a professional.
100%. I agree with you 100%, man. You preaching to the choir. I think Loma's very confident who he is right now. He's coming off a great performance against Kambosos. Granted, Kambosos is not no Tank Davis. I'm not trying to compare them at all, but just let you know mentally, Loma's in the space right now to where he's really
hey Nick, salute. Get Queen a wrench, man. We gotta give her a wrench. Jay in the building.
No doubt. Let me hook her right quick.
Yeah, I got Tank too. I really do. You know what I mean? Like, for real. I think Tank wins this fight easy. I just think it, like we said, it's like it's seasoned already. You know what I mean? It's already been. It's we call it when you put your brisket out.
Right. It's tender. It's cooked.
Yeah, but I'm saying before when you cooking it, right? You gotta let it cook for so long. Man, we had that brisket.
By the way, shout out to JR Spock. He gave me them props earlier today, man. Thank you, bro. Respectfully, I'm gonna put up what he said earlier, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. I really appreciate that. I didn't get a chance to respond to it because you know, Ray was speaking. But thank you, bro. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you, man. Hopefully we just trying to get better out here. You know what I'm saying? For sure. Thank you. Salute, brother.
Trying to keep it boxing, man.
That's it, man. Yeah, man. Lomachenko, great boxer, man. And I'm gonna tell you right now, those Eastern Europeans, y'all gonna stop sleeping on them dudes, bro. Those damn Ukrainians, man. Listen, bro, they out here for the upsets. They out here to make believers out of the non-believers. They out here to show you that boxing is still alive. That boxing still wins. That raw talent. And you know, I remember Will Smith one time said, you know, you might beat me in raw talent. You probably better than me in checking all these boxes. But if both of us get on that treadmill, you gonna fall off that treadmill before I'm falling off that treadmill, bro. I will die before I get off that treadmill. I'm gonna run till I literally die. And sometimes that type of will, that type of mentality gets you so much further where you see somebody who has the talent, who naturally should win, who's the one who's checking all the boxes, doesn't, you know what I'm saying, doesn't match the will of somebody who's the underdog, who's bringing all the pedigree, who's like, listen, man, boxing still works. Right. Yeah, he's a harder puncher than me. Yeah, he's athletic. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's scientific, but he gonna have to, I can make it to where he's got to be more scientific than me to beat me that night, where I can neutralize the power, where the power isn't the problem like you guys think it's going to be a problem. And the science can win that night. The science, the sweet science of boxing can win that night. And Lomachenko is somebody who brings those intangibles to the space. It makes it for a great fight. Would I rather have seen Lomachenko 5 years ago fighting Tank Davis? Hell yeah. But a Lomachenko today is still a viable opponent for Tank Davis, in my opinion. And Tank gonna have to be on his A game. Tank once again is gonna get he's gonna be in front of some different. He's gonna have a different look in front of him that night than he's normally used to getting. You know, he was able to step it up against Frank Martin and show like I could walk on that front foot, apply that pressure, and still walk a fighter into what I want to walk him into. But listen, there was some intangibles in there that Lomachenko's not going to fall for. Tank's not going to convince Lomachenko in the press conference that Lomachenko can't compete. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think he's going to get in Lomachenko's head the way he was able to get inside of Frank Martin's head. I don't think he's going to be able to have Lomachenko running around the ring for 3 to 4 rounds, get him tired and have him leaning him up against the ropes. I don't think he's going to get Lomachenko to beat on the ropes. This fight's probably going to stay in the middle of that damn ring. And contrary to popular belief, Lomachenko ain't no runner. I don't know why people think that, but that's not what he do. Okay? Actually, Lomachenko will step to you and then step out.
Any downloads. They both download. So they're going
exactly.
That might be boring in some rounds. Just early rounds, that might be a boring fight. 100%. Somebody has to take the lead in that fight.
100%. So there's all types of possibilities. And salute, Sean. You damn right, man. Loma's going to want those angles, and it's going to be very difficult to find those angles on Tank Davis. And that's why this fight is going to be a great fight. Right. This is why this fight, in my opinion, is going to be a great fight, because we're going to have to figure. Tank is also going to have to figure out how to get angles and get Loma in the positions that he's going to have a hard time, potentially have a hard time getting Loma in, because Loma is just smart like that. He's watching videos. Him and his team are processing data unlike more than likely any other fighter that Tank Davis has been in the ring with. They're processing data as well. They're looking at strengths, weaknesses. They're looking at things that he does. Tank Davis giving up rounds. Is that something he wants to do with a Lomachenko? Does he want to give up 3 to 4 rounds in the beginning of the fight against Lomachenko? I'm going to tell you right now, Lomachenko knows how to protect the lead, bro. He knows how to keep a lead. He's not just going to give you the whole fight. Are we ready to see Tank Davis beat Lomachenko 4, 5, 6 rounds in a row? Is that what you know what I'm saying? Like,
here's where it gets tricky too. Are we ready to see Tank Davis frustrated? Because Loma's very, very keen on slipping punches, spinning the fighter and punching him in the back of the head, or right behind the ear, I should say. And him doing that a lot frustrates a lot of fighters. So are we keen to seeing that and seeing Tank get frustrated over that? Or we see Tank like, you know what? Oh, you want to play that game? Now I'm not, you know what I mean? We got to see how this fight goes, because, again, here's that word again. Adversity is king today, bro. All these fights are.
Let me ask you a question about it. Let me give you a scenario. You tell me how this works out. Tank says, all right, I'm going to give up the first 3 to 4 rounds. 5, 6 round comes across. He's down now. His corner's like, you down on the cards. He thinks he's supposed to turn up in the 5th. It's the 6th round. It still hasn't worked yet. Have we seen that version of Tank that has the pressure on his back to stop this dude now?
Yes. I'll tell you why. Well, what I'm saying is I see how this fight will go in that case, because Tank will cut off the ring. Loma doesn't like the rings to get cut off on him. But I can see him applying the pressure and cutting off the ring and adapting to Loma. Remember, Tank adapts very well to his opponents because of the way he studies the fighter. So, yeah, I could see him cutting off the ring and making a mockery of Loma for him, being ahead on the cards like that. And I'm saying, time to break out. Let's get him. You know what I mean? And I think they go to the body. I think they work the body on Loma, which he's been susceptible to. And I think they're going. And I think if you haven't noticed, Tank's been sparring, or not sparring, but training orthodox.
And he's been like Shushu Carrington. So
if he gets the power in that left hand up front, which he's powerful in both hands, but if he can get that power and he goes opposite, stays out of the way of Loma, and he attacks that rib cage like Devin did, it'll be a long night. Easy night. Long night for Loma, easy night for Tank.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful, man. And that's what it's all about. Boxing is going to win that night. We want to know who's guaranteed to win that night. But we win. The fans win. Put your money on us. If you want a guaranteed win, you want to get some money, put your money on us. Put your money on the fans that night. That's a guaranteed win.
All things says the same thing I said. What we got here? Tank counter punches.
Salute to Green Villain Mike. I don't know if I ever seen you in here, but salute to you, King. You know what I'm saying? Subscribe. You know what I'm saying if you haven't. Sean, I'm about to put the link in a second too, because I love to hear your breakdowns and shit, bro.
We need to we need to get the queens up here too.
Yeah. Oh man, if Nikki want to come up here,
the queens in the building, I like them representing because they know how they talk boxing. 2 Cents
ain't been up here in a minute, and Nikki J never been up here. But let me see.
And Carmen Serene in the building, I think still.
Okay. My first time already. Oh, thank you, Green Villain, for sure, man. Sean says Tank counter punching is a factor in this one. Loma don't fight on the back foot and will walk right into something because of his aggressiveness. Well, yeah, Loma does not work on the back foot. He steps to his fighters, man. It's gonna be a great fight, man. To see, like I said in other episodes we've done, Peyton Manning versus Ray Lewis.
Right, and let's not forget that they call him the Matrix for a reason. You may think he lost a step. I don't think he lost too much.
Only 5 people should be looking at us too versus Loma. T said T.O. T.O. for what? Don't look at Devin fight versus Loma. What, T.O. versus Loma? Oh, look at the T.O. fight versus Loma. I got you. No doubt, Nikki. No doubt, Nick. For sure. You know what I mean? I'm definitely going to drop that link, though, right now, matter of fact. There's more conversations that we need to have. I definitely want to talk about Teofimo Lopez. He's got a fight coming up this weekend as well. You know what I'm saying? And I was telling the chat, man, listen, I've been watching Steve Claggett's fights. I've been catching up on him, man. He's going to lose. But I'm going to tell you what the reason they picked him. It's not because he's easy. It's because of the style. It's the way Steve Claggett fights. Teofimo and him are going to make a great fight, I think. I think Teofimo's going to like really get to shine and do what he wants to do, which is be exciting. He wants to show everybody what he couldn't do against Jermaine Ortiz because Jermaine was elusive and, you know what I mean, was boxing him and controlling and establishing that distance, whereas Steve Claggett is more of a willing participant to fight. And T.O.'s looking for that kind of fighter, and this fighter is going to put him in, give him an opportunity to show the world, like, look, this is what happens when people stand in here and fight with me. When people stand in here and fight with me, this is what's going to happen to them. So if Tank want to fight me, this is what's going to happen if he stands in here and fights with me. If Devin wants to fight with me, this is what's going to happen to him. If Subriel Matias wants to stand there and fight with me, this is what I'm going to do to him. He gets an opportunity to build up fantasy fights based off of this fight. You know what I'm saying? Right. Based off of this fights, people might see this fight and be like, damn, you know what? Now I want to see him against Subriel. I want to see him against, you know what I'm saying? I want to see what it's going to look like in him and Tank. Oh, man, might even say, dare I say something crazy? I want to see him in there with Terrence Crawford. Who knows? You know what I'm saying?
Now I'm rolling my eyes. I rolled my eyes the first time, but I had to roll them twice now. Come on,
yeah.
Now.
Well, I'm just saying what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying. He's trying to get that credibility in the fan base. I got it.
That's what he's aiming for in this fight.
T.O. is he's a showman and a guy that robbed everybody at the ticket booth. You go ahead and live with that fool if you want to.
No, it's not about going with him. It's about
not you. I'm saying generally, like the fan base. Go ahead. What's up, Sean?
It's about understanding what's going on. It's understanding what he's trying to do, man, and what this fight really represents. And us as the fans, we may win and see a real great, T.O. exhibition. You know what I'm saying? Get to see him show out and really just get an exciting fight on Saturday night, just based off of what he's trying to do. Salute, Sean. How you doing, family?
I'm doing all right. How y'all doing tonight?
I'm good, man. I just want to see T.O. land his Superman punch so he can say he did it.
Yeah, for sure, man. Let me just read two things real quick here, and then we'll get at it, man. Greenville and Mike said a body shot from Tank will stop Loma. Loma didn't lose a step. He's just fighting better fighters. He not fighting Richard Comey, Church. He said every time Loma got in there with the good athletic guy, he had a trouble. Ortiz, T.O., Russell, Devin. I agree with you, man. Yep. He definitely had issues with them. That's a fact. Let's see here. Jermaine Ortiz was moved. Okay, Teach, I read that already. Give him the opportunity to cap. Give him the opportunity to cap. Yeah, for sure. When Ortiz switched southpaw, he hurt Loma to the body. Yeah, man. Yeah, I definitely can see how Tank beats Loma. Right. I just think that it's going to be a good fight anyway. I think Tank wins, by the way. I think
I'm on board with that.
I don't want you guys to go around saying I'm saying Loma's going to beat Tank, but what I'm saying is the story behind the fight, the competitiveness of the fight, the potential of the fight being competitive is higher than what most people think it's going to be.
I agree. I agree
Loma can make it a very interesting fight. Salute, Sean. Tap in, brother. What's on your mind tonight, man?
All right. Well, let's first talk about this fight this weekend with T.O. fighting.
Okay.
And we know how T.O.'s behavior is, man. He might go in there and and fight a close fight, and we all be disappointed.
I'm crossing my fingers and hope that don't happen. I thought about that.
It's funny, Sean.
Speak on it for sure, but I'm definitely understanding what you're saying, bro. Go ahead. You fight with
so real quick, Sean. I already said that. I said, look, he might relive Cambosis again, messing around.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't think it'd be that bad. But I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if he go in there and it's like a closer fight, and we're all just like, all right, come on, man. Like you doing this again. You ain't learned your lesson yet. Right. You know what I mean? Like I could see that. I could see that happening too. Yeah. But going back to the point I was making about Tank, like I know a lot of people probably be like, man, this dude always be bigging up Tank. Big part of the reason why I ride for Tank is like in the media, that dude gets no respect. Like it's like it took for how talented and how good that dude is and what he's shown. The people that are supposedly the experts, the ones that know boxing, they really have a hard time saying anything positive about him. So for me, it's almost like I feel like I can't. And a lot of the stuff they say, I just don't agree with as well. So that's why, a lot of time I make sure I try to get my point across on Tank Davis. Now, if we're talking that fight with Loma, I was saying earlier that those angles aren't there because like when he really exploits Loma exploits people when he fights that the orthodox stance because he cuts over to he likes to cut to his opponent's left, right? Which you know what I mean, and a lot of times he'll occupy their guard and have their hands up, and then that's when he makes his cut over to his right, his opponent's left. Now, when he's fighting the southpaw, that angle is no longer there. Like if you remember when he fought Luke Campbell, who's also a southpaw, he didn't cut any angles, and that was a tough fight for him. So I'm thinking like, man, if you're struggling with that, and then when you got another guy that's athletic enough to turn with you, if you do catch an angle, then that's when he's gonna run into some problems. And I also think with Tank, like one of the things that's undervalued on him is his ability to counterpunch. Like that's why like him and Terrence Crawford are two of the best counterpunchers in the game right now. Like you can't get clipped by a clean counterpunch. I'd say Terrence Crawford, Tank, and I'd put Canelo up there too as a counterpuncher too. His counterpunch when he lands is clean, but I think the thing is he's moved up to 168, and I don't think he's as powerful as he would be if he was like say fighting at 160. Then I think he'd be dropping everybody and getting finishes, right? But I think with Tank, Roma's gonna run in there being aggressive, and then bow. It's just gonna be one of those where the fight's going on, and all of a sudden you turn around, you go, grab your drink real quick. You look up and Loma's on the canvas, and you're gonna see the replay, and it's gonna be Tank slipping something and hitting him, and then he's on the canvas, and and they're counting. That's what I see.
I can see all of that. I can see all of that coming through, man, without a doubt, bro. There's things that Loma does that plays into Tank's strengths and puts Loma in a lot of danger. But the challenge I offer Loma and the challenge I offer Tank. But we'll start off with Loma is to say that he's also a very intelligent data processing type of fighter, and his team is good at doing that as well as far as preparation is concerned. So let's see if Loma, the challenge is on Loma to acknowledge all the strengths that Tank has, that he doesn't underestimate Tank in any kind of way, and that he fights a fight that factors in what Tank does, and he tries to let's see if his strategy in the science of boxing that he's very knowledgeable in can give a strategy that can give Tank issues and give Tank hurdles to jump over. Adversity gives him problems, or like Calvin Ford says, if Lomachenko can press that button, that he wants so badly to be pushed on Tank Davis, and at the same time to see Tank Davis overcome the adversity, to see him break it down and show again what I saw in him with Frank Martin. I want to see that again with Lomachenko, which isn't the stoppage, but I loved watching him break down that fight and attack it with the strategy, and watch the strategy come to fruition, and watch him knock out Frank Martin totally at the end of it I thought that was an exciting thing to see Tank Davis do. Made me even more of a fan of him than I already was going to that fight. So yeah, man, chess, man. I do have Tank winning the fight, but how is he going to win that fight is what's going to be so interesting from my perspective and make me excited to see that fight.
Yeah, right. The first few rounds of that fight might end up being a staring contest because both of them are known to kind of to try to get a beat on who their on their opponent in their habits and everything before they really go in for the attack. You know what I mean? But if Tank, I've been hearing rumors about Tank, doing a little bit of southpaw training, and what I'm thinking, Orthodox. Yeah, sorry, Orthodox is what I meant. And Coach Kenny's like is the game planner of the two between him and Calvin. And he's always looking for a particular punch that he can uncover as a weakness from one of Tank's opponents. And I think what he sees is the liver shot. So I think he wants Tank to fight Orthodox, and he gets that hook to the liver underneath his lead hand. Because if you remember when Loma fought Teo. There was a sequence in the fight. I think it was like the 11th or 12th when Teo had stepped on the gas again, and he had hit. I think it was in the 12th. Teo hit him to the body. I think it was like a left hook to the liver. It was a shot to the liver, and it looked. If Teo would have followed up, he might have been able to put him down because you could tell that he kind of hunched over when he got hit, and it was one of those where he was trying to keep a poker face, but you could tell it hurt him. You know what I mean? So knowing Coach Kenny and his game film review, that might be what they're looking for. That shot to the liver.
Yeah, shout out to Coach Kenny on those draws, those we call them those architectural blueprints. Can't say the word, but you know what I mean, because he does design them up, and Tank follows through with them. Tank becomes the builder, and he just keeps he masterminds that whole site to keep it going, making all the dreams come true.
He brings the wood, he brings the nails, and he says, "Tank, go build me a house."
Yep,
Tank goes and builds the house. You know what I'm saying? Here's the blueprint to doing it, and he does it. Yeah, man, I agree with you. By the way, I do see, I've seen effective body work done on Lomachenko and seen how that turned out. I think Tank can definitely capitalize on that and bring even more a more effective body attack approach than any other opponent that Lomachenko's fought against, and that'll probably be the downfall of Lomachenko in this fight. Honestly, it'll probably be that body work that'll set him up ultimately for that for the stop. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
No matter how you look at it.
Definitely it could be one. I can see one of those where he hits him to the body with a left, right, and then he hunches over, and then Tank follows through with a hook to the head, and that's what puts him down.
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean? It could be a headshot that puts him down, but it'll be the body work the whole entire fight that we're watching that set up that headshot. You know what I'm saying? Like similar to Frank a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think he falls for that easily though. I think
not easily, but he can still fall for it.
Yeah, he will. Listen, Tank speed also helps a difference with that type of setup. I just think that I think Loma's footwork, like I said, that can cause trouble in the fight. His footwork, the way he spins fighters, it can cause some frustration. It all depends because Tank he likes to exploit them to the referee when these things happen. So he'll point to the referee like, "Yo, this guy punching me in the ear, bro. Like he really punching me right here." And he keeps spinning and doing it, and you know what I mean. He does it to also get to his opponent's head to let them know. So he does that. I think every fight I see him in, he always calls something out on them like, "Yo, he holding my head," or you know what I mean, he punched me in the throat, whatever it is. He says something. But Tank is good for that, and it gets into their opponent's head because then they start watching what they're doing, and then they slip up, and that's when Tank wins. I think Tank stops Loma in ninth round. That fight, I think it's a ninth round, 9 round. I think
last week he was on that 4th round with BS. Y'all see him last week. He changed his mind this week.
I did say that, didn't I?
Yeah.
You know what? 4th round. Yeah. I think Tank wants to get him out of there. I think I just like Sean said, I was just rethinking. I told you it might change. I said, look, when you start thinking about it, and you like, yo, both these dudes gonna come out sitting there trying to measure each other up, right? False.
Yep.
And they're gonna see where it lies. Somebody's got to lead the dance, and the first person I think leads the dance, I think Loma goes to lead. He's like, look, this guy's gonna let me hit him. And once he does that, like Clay said, Loma's going to get comfortable because he's going to feel that he's in front and he's going to try to protect the lead. With that being said, Tank's going to wait till he gets the go ahead, the green light to go put him out. And I think that's what happens. I think we see a 7, 8, 9 dominant round by Tank, and Loma goes down to 9th for the first time and out.
Yeah, definitely. And then real quick, those spins that you were talking about, he gets those off on a orthodox fighter.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You know,
yeah. But I think he does do that. But what I think he does is in the situation with Tank, what I think it comes off is he always spins to the right, Loma. He always goes to their right, like you were mentioning. And I've seen him go left twice. I think he did it against Devin Haney more so because Devin was attacking his ribs. So he started going left on Devin. He didn't go right. I think that's where Devin's got into trouble. If you actually watch that fight, Devin got into trouble when he started going left on him. And he was spinning. He was punching Devin in the back of the head. Actually, it was actually pretty funny. And he was like, I don't even want to get into that because people going to be saying I'm making stuff up. That's 2 years. That fight was a year ago, so let's move on. But I just seen him do some things that work for him going to his left, and I don't think he's too far from that. So,
trying to Ron Frazier in the building. Yeah, no doubt. So, you guys ready to see Bam Rodriguez and Juan Francisco Estrada? Yeah. This is anticipated to be one of the biggest fights, the best, most competitive fights of the year. Everybody's looking at this little super flyweight title fight. It's supposed to be a big deal. What do you guys think of that one? Any thoughts? I
agree. I think it is a good fight.
Well, look, Juan Estrada hasn't fought since what is it? I want to say December of 2022. Of 2022. You know what I'm saying? So it's been well over a year since the last time he fought. And obviously, Bam Rodriguez has been super active,
right?
Doing a lot. So, Bam Rodriguez is going to be the favorite going into this fight, I think, clearly. But will definitely be his biggest competition that he's fought. And Juan Francisco Estrada is going to be the biggest fight that Bam Rodriguez has fought up to today, I think, on paper at least, right? So. Yeah. Any opinions one way or another on that fight, or is just the lightweights? We don't really.
This is going to be a good fight because you actually have two boxing fighters, like real boxing. Like this is a boxing match. This is actually what we're going to see. I'm not saying they're not real boxing matches. You're going to have two guys that fight differently but similar. Mm-hmm. Both aggressive. Both have heart. Both willing to wear and take shots on the chest. Pause when I say that, like, you know what I mean, like really get hit and not be afraid to get hit. But then you also have two different styles where one's more of a brawler, one's more of a traditional high guard Mexican style with the punch coming forward. And I don't even think Bam's really a brawler. I think he's more of a boxer puncher.
Yeah, he's a boxer puncher for sure.
So that's even more key to this style because you have that high guard. Slick high guard. See, we ain't never heard that word before. He's a slick high guard because he got good footwork. Estrada, he can actually fight. He can fight. So he moves. He's in and out, and it's going to be a good fight. I don't even know which way to go on this fight. I was leaning towards Bam at first, and I was like, "Yo, Estrada actually got good footwork, and he got the longer reach, and he could actually make this a tough fight for Bam." And I'm like, "Damn, Bam got that power though." And I'm like, Estrada laid people out too, so. It's going to be a tough fight to call. I'm actually going to stay neutral on this one and just enjoy the fight. I just know it's going to be better than Teal's fight in that Claggett.
Yeah. It's going to be more competitive. So, or it could be. I'm trying to tell you, man, this Claggett fight, I'm telling you, it's giving me a weird vibe where it can end up being more competitive than people are anticipating it being. And it can also be a fight where Tio gets a shine. Look, I heard Tio's in great shape for this fight. He's taking this fight very seriously. And I don't think he's taking it seriously because he thinks Steve Claggett's going to be like a difficult fight for him per se. I think he really wants to make a statement. I think that Jermaine Ortiz fight really put him in a position to where, he looked bad. You know, he just looked bad. Jermaine made him look bad, and that wasn't what was supposed to be happening. He came out with a circus hat, with the big show. The whole entire event was built around him. Everything was all on him. It was his night to shine. He was calling out Terrence Crawford. He's calling out Tank Davis. He's calling out all the best fighters in the world, saying he's here to save boxing. And he goes out there and gets, you know, a clinic ran on him as far as boxing is concerned. He got the win, but a lot of people walked away feeling like he didn't win that fight. You know what I mean? So, and I happen to be one of them. I think that Jermaine won as well.
I'll say it again. He definitely didn't win that fight.
So, you know, and he's had a history of kind of doing that, right? Getting into the fight with these fighters that make it difficult for him. He went through the same thing with Sandor Martin. So this fight right here is a statement maker for him. He's been talking it. Now he's got to walk it. The pressure's on him, and it looks like he's addressing it as so. And, you know, Steve Claggett gets a payday. I don't think Steve Claggett is going to do nothing else than what he normally does, which is stand in that paint, slug it out, and try to catch Tio with something, you know what I mean, that Tio don't see coming, and try to put him down. Probably operating a little bit on the Kambosos energy a little bit. Maybe he feels like if Kambosos can do it, I know I can do it. So, you know, those mindsets coming into the ring to fight against each other, as boxing fans, we get an opportunity to potentially see something great. You know what I mean? Right. We'll see.
Yeah. I'm not too familiar. I haven't watched too much of Steve Claggett. Is he the type that won't move? That's gonna be stationary. Right. Because if he is, all right, then if that's the type of fighter, that's what he looks good against. But if he's a dude that's gonna be moving and jabbing, then we're like, oh shit, we in for one.
He's a real punching bag. He's a punching bag.
He's a punching bag, but at the same time, he punches back.
Right.
He punches back. You know, he gives exciting fights. The man is 38 wins, 26 knockouts. He has 7 losses, one of them coming by a knockout. But, you know, he stands and he fights. He doesn't run around. He doesn't, you know what I mean? He doesn't do all that. He sits up and then he fights. And, you know, like I said, tailor-made for somebody like Teofimo Lopez, or tailor-made for any fighter who wants to put on a clinic. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Wants to stop somebody. Steve Claggett is there to be stopped. He's definitely there to be stopped.
Is it anything on the undercard, or is it gonna be basically like that scene from Jurassic Park where they dropped a little lamb in there when they introduced the T-Rex, and they just dropped the lamb in there and let the T-Rex go off on the lamb? Because that's what they do with their fighters. They just be dropping a lamb off on the eat.
I am to a pole. Don't even let him run around. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, man, at least take the chain off him. Let him run around a little bit. Right. Let him his life a little bit. Jesus. You're just going to sit in and tie him to the pole? I ain't got no heart. But Robesi Ramirez is fighting on that card, bro. He's a co-main event.
Okay. So I like Robesi Ramirez.
Yeah, and he's fighting against Brandon Lee Benitez. Leon Benitez. Obviously, this is a big fight for him because he wants to get back at Rafael Espinoza, the guy who beat him, right? So, you know what I noticed? You know what I noticed about Top Rank? Top Rank will put on a good fight when it's a dude that's like getting ready to, like, if they're not high on the guy because maybe he put up a few stinkers. And you know, he might get his walking papers. Then that's when it's a good fight. But like other than that, they just be feeding these dudes Similac and Gerber, and these like, dude, come on, man. Like, when we gonna get a real fight? You know, like they get all these Olympians, they get all these dudes with like these, you know, real nice amateur records. And I just be sitting there like, man, when you gonna like take the muzzle off and really see what you got? You know what I mean? And they got some talent over there too. Emiliano Vargas is fighting on that card as well. You know what I'm saying? And like Ryan Frazier said, so is Lorenzo Medina. That's gonna be a good. He's up and coming fighters. You know what I'm saying? Real good up and coming fighters. You know, they do got talent over there. And Elvis Rodriguez is fighting on that card as well.
Right. Yeah. So, what's the name of the heavyweight that looks like a porn star with the curly hair, the short Mexican dude? Look like Ron Jeremy. You know, the real curly.
I thought he was light heavyweight though. Was he heavyweight?
He's a heavyweight. He's only like maybe 6 foot.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he's with
he hangs out with Shakur and them.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think he signed a bud, I think.
Oh man. Damn.
Yeah, he don't look Mexican, but he is.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
he's Mexican or he's just a white dude.
he's Mexican.
He's Mexican. His dad looks complete Mexican.
Yeah, but he does look like he's American. And,
I'm trying to find out how I can find this dude, man.
And just look up
his name.
But like he's real aggressive. Like he'll jump on you. Like he's like a Sean Porter with accurate punching.
What's his?
Like he's.
Go ahead. I'm gonna look him up. I got it, Clay.
You gonna find it?
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm drawing a blank on dude's name.
He fought on the last. Let me see. I think he fought on the Shakur card last time. I mean, one of the Shakur cards I remember, but he was prelim though. See if I can find him.
Yeah, he's fighting against. Yeah, you go ahead and find him, man. I'm not going to bend my brain trying to find him. But yeah, I know who you're talking about for sure. So I don't know if he's on that card though. I don't think he's on that card.
Yeah. So basically, what I was the point I was making is like, man, they be put like you basically already know the outcome. They put him in there with somebody. He'll jump right on somebody, pounce on them, rip off like a combination that's completely overwhelm the dude, and then he puts him out. But it's like somebody that had no business even being in the ring with dude in the first place.
Right.
100%. And it's like Top Rank does so much of that, and it's just like, man, come on now. Like we could see through all of this.
Right.
I just don't see the point of it. You know what I mean? Like to me, I don't see.
Right? No, let me see. Steven Torres. That's his name.
Yes, that's who it is. Torres. Yes. I mean, he's got a lot of power. Like, I'd like to see him like step up and fight somebody. But you know, there's like I'm ready to see. I think Abdullah Mason's. I think he should be
ready. He's
stepping
ready.
up. Right. I think Shushu should be stepping up to fight somebody. Keyshawn, I think you already went over the Keyshawn fight. That looks like it's supposed to be good. So it's about time. He's ready to step up. I mean, like I said, he may only have 10 fights, but if you got an amateur record like that, like you gotta be fast tracked, in my opinion. Unless you like really showing that you just aren't ready. Like if you're struggling with dudes that you should be getting out of there,
right?
All right, that's one thing. But if you running through guys like the way they have been, you got to put them in there with someone. See what you got.
100%. I agree with you, man. I think that's what's about to happen for Keyshawn for sure. And as far as Shushu, like I said, Shushu's in the conversation right now, man. He's showing up. He just did the Porter Way podcast. He was up there commenting on this last fight here with Rafael Espinosa. He was up there talking with Tim Bradley and them. You know, they're trying to Top Rank looks like they're pushing him. They're pushing him to put him in a big fight. And obviously, you know, Monster Inoue came to visit his last fight, was there to watch him in his last fight, and they did some kind of like, you know, Japanese bowing to each other, like, you know what I mean, like just kind of like respectfully, right. Like, yeah, you know, I'm trying to come for you. And I think they understand that Monster Inoue ain't fighting nobody without no jury. So you got to assume that if they plan on putting that fight together, that they know that they have to get some jury put around Shushu's way. So he can be getting called up to fight Ray Vargas. He could be getting called up to fight Nick Ball. He could be getting called up to fight even a Robesi Ramirez or a Rafael Espinosa winner. You know what I'm saying? Out of both those guys. So we'll see what the future holds for these guys.
I like the sound of all of those combinations, you know, because I think if you can get through any of them dudes before getting the Monster, you know, you in that case, you know, if you're fighting champions like that, like I can agree with, you know, taking a step up rather than jumping up straight to Monster Inoue, who's like a top 3 pound for pound fighter. But like some of these step ups where it's like you're going from a dude with like, you know, several losses on their record, and you're continuing to fight guys with several losses on their record. Like I can't get with that. But I think for Shushu, it's about time for him to, you know, for Bob Arum to let him get a shot at the belt, and then see what you got in him. And then Abdullah Mason, I'd say this: Abdullah Mason, and I would say Teo. Those are the two fighters that I think would give Tank his hardest fights. Obviously not Abdullah now, but down the road, Tank's a little older. Abdullah gets into his prime. That type of fighter would be the one that would give him problems. And then I say Teo because Teo has enough firepower to keep Tank honest, and you know what I mean. Like he would have to respect it. Now you can game plan specifically to beat a guy like Teo. Like if I'm Tank, I make Teo chase me and I'm trying to run him into something because he doesn't cut off the ring very well. But
Right.
I think Teo can give him his most competitive fight. I think he fights him more competitive than Shakur does.
100%, man. I've said it myself as well. I agree with you, man. I think Teo gives Tank the best look, the most competitive fight for us to watch. I think people are sleeping on how competitive that fight really is going to be. You know what I'm saying? Boy, you sleeping? He ain't sleeping, right? That boy sleeping? We're going to pull him down for a second, let him find himself. Get himself together. That boy always, yo, Sean, he always point out his phone. Whenever we catch him sleeping, he was like, I was looking at my phone. Look out of here, bro. But anyway.
Look, I'm reading something.
Yeah, you found it.
Yeah, you was asleep.
This ain't time for reading. Yeah, go ahead.
You see me? Did you hear me snoring?
Nah, bro. Nah, we
right.
didn't hear you snoring.
Okay, well then I wasn't asleep.
Got you early in the sleep. You know, it take a little while.
Oh, take me.
You weren't in that deep sleep. You weren't in that. What they call that? What's that sleep called, Sean? The deep sleep, the REM
sleep.
REM sleep. Yeah, you wasn't in that REM yet. You know what I'm saying? That's why.
I'm not looking like Frank Martin over there, man. I thought you was Frank Martin over there.
No, look crazy, right? It's like 1, 2. We should have counted off on him. Next time you fall asleep, count down. You count down on you. I'm gonna let you know right now. Next time you fall asleep, we gonna 1, 2.
Listen,
3.
I can just tell you that he just got finished talking about Teo, and you started elaborating on it. And you said, "Look at him. I'm sitting there. I'm like, "Come on, man, bro. I'm right here, bro. I'm right here.
No
Relax.
doubt.
Relax, buddy. I got you."
But look, right? Abdullah Mason is definitely
put the phone away so I can pay attention.
And Shushu Carrington definitely comes in with that amateur pedigree as well. So moving him fast makes sense. Abdullah Mason, you know, this next fight that he's fighting is probably going to be against another tomato can. Let's be honest about it. You know what I'm saying? But it should put him in position again because he's been in some conversations. He's been in the Floyd Schofield conversation. He's been in, you know, they're sticking him slowly, but surely they're sticking him in these conversations, and they're talking about starting to move him a little bit. So this fight right here, I expect to be a dominating fight for him. But after that, we don't know what the stars hold for him. Floyd Schofield has a fight getting ready to get lined up against that young bull from out the West Coast from MVP, out of Jake Paul's stable. He's a good fighter too, H2O. Right, that's who Schofield's supposed to be fighting next. So let's see how Schofield. I still think that's something to see coming. Either a Schofield or H2O winner maybe fighting an Abdullah Mason. You know what I'm saying? Never know. You know what I mean? You
don't think Schofield? You don't think they make Andy Cruz get Schofield first since they're both over there?
No.
I push back. I think so. I agree with Sean. I think it's very possible
because one's master and one's golden boy.
It don't matter. That's the zone.
The zone doesn't work fights like that. They work with each other, and I don't think after Oscar lost his fighter with Oshaki. Not Oshaki. I'm sorry. Ellis. Once Rashidi Ellis lost, it seems like he wants to keep his black fighters undefeated, or as much as they can be. Like he's spoon feeding them. He tries to keep them away from certain fighters. I don't see him doing that. He might take the Mason fight to get him out the way. That might be something he might do to see if he can catch him early. But he ain't gonna mess around with Andy Cruz. Hell no. He ain't doing that.
I think Schofield's overrated like a mug, man. That's a dude. That's a case where he definitely need to get another coach. To work with him.
His father is leading him down a weird path. I ain't gonna lie.
It's almost like you could tell that he's a real athletic fighter. It's almost like he almost fights too free. He's like Roy Jones without the right instincts. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like you could tell he was real athletic, but not making the right decisions. Like when he's out there, that's what Floyd Schofield is to me.
I totally agree.
And he's giving himself some early like scarring tissue and stuff like. Real early in his career, he's really made some bad mistakes, man. And he's done it against fighters he shouldn't even been doing that with. And the matchmaking was done bad on his last fight to put him in a ring with a damn a savage like that who just fights the way that guy fought him, put him in a bad position and really get him hurt. Yeah, man, Floyd Schofield needs some guidance, man. He needs some development that I don't think he's getting. And I think the father's also kind of like trying to oversell him, like even putting that pressure on him to get a fight with Shakur. Or, come on, that fight ain't happening, bro. Shakur ain't fighting you, bro. I don't even know why you was pushing for that. That wasn't even realistic. Zepeda was a little more realistic, but at the same time, not even, because Zepeda was also in the conversation of fighting against Shakur and all these other fights. So why have him there? Why not develop him and allow him to fight the fights he needs to get the experience he needs, so that when he gets to these big shows, he's able to deliver on the goods. But I think this fight he's about to have with Ashton Sylvia, H2O, I think it's going to be a very competitive fight. I think there's a good chance Floyd Schofield could lose that fight. I think H2O is a skilled fighter, but it's also very winnable for either one of these fighters. But the win that these fighters get from this fight is going to put them in position to be in the conversation to fight top 10 fighters, I think. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I agree.
I always think when you got a guy like a real athletic dude like that, if you can put him with a good coach that actually that can teach counterpunching, right? Because I think part of counterpunching is instinct, not only instincts but also athleticism and reflexes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he could be dangerous. Like, if you look at a Terrence Crawford, you could tell he's a good athlete, right? Seen him play basketball, see him wrestling, good athlete. Tank, damn good athlete too. All them flips and stuff he's doing. You got to be, athletic to be like that. I always think, like, man, if some of these dudes that are real athletic like that, if they get the right coach that can teach them how to counterpunch properly, they could be a problem. But with him, like you were saying, he'd be jumping all over the place, getting headbutts, all that stuff, opening himself up. He don't got the right instincts, and I think he needs better coaching.
No doubt. Yo, salute to Ron Frazier. First time we had you up here, King. How you doing, man?
Peace.
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for having me.
Oh, man, all day, man. Definitely, man. What's on your mind, brother? Share, or you just we could just kick it.
Nah, man, we got a good weekend of boxing coming up again. Yeah. This year's been a great year for us. I didn't think we could trump 2023, man, but it looks like we're gonna do that. Like, we're not even halfway there.
100%, man.
Showtime's not even in the business. That's even crazier, right?
Yep. Oh, yeah. That's the whole thing. Like, I thought PBC was done, but geez, they coming with the events though. I gotta give them their props. They bring
when they drop in the event, it's a great event. I think they do need to get a little more active for the fighters, you know what I mean? But we also have to just keep in mind that, they're just adjusting. They just got out of this Showtime situation. Them and Amazon and them are just building their relationship up. I do think that some fighters on that roster is losing because of that. I don't mean losing like fights. I mean losing out on opportunities to be active and fighting. And, we saw that Gary Antoine, I'm trying to tell you guys, that Gary Antoine Russell fight was a result of that, in my opinion. It was a result of that, having that boy sitting there getting cold and then throwing him into a fight like that against somebody who y'all was selling to be whack and Alberto Puello, and he wasn't, bro. Like, this dude literally was getting ready to fight for a WBA championship against Rolly Romero.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Dirty. That's true, man. That's true. Dirty.
But outside of him popping dirty, he was one of the up and coming guys in that division. So Gary Antoine, I'm not saying he got exposed because I think he's a great boxer, but listen, man, when you don't get that activity, these are the things that happen.
It's tough,
and that's what Jerron Boots Ennis kind of ran from when he went to Matchroom. Everybody was like, wow, I thought he was going to go to PBC. And nah, bro. Both of you wasn't hearing that. Both of you was like, nah, my son can't sit fighting once a year, bro. That's not an option for my son, bro. I love the BBC. I want to be over there and do great things with them, but they're not showing me what I need my son to get involved in. I need him active, and I need him getting promoted.
Can I touch on that too, Clay, and ask you, don't forget, Sabir Matias signed with Eddie Hearn. How long do you think he would have been sitting if through all this if he didn't sign with Eddie Hearn?
Oh, yeah.
Because he was already 6 months out before this fight or more. I think his last fight was November, right? He just
Benavidez,
right. So that says a lot about how long he would have been sitting out. That's crazy.
Yeah,
right?
you know who else just left? I think I just saw something on Instagram today. Michelle Rivera.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
He,
straight
Wow.
up
he just
promotions, I think.
I think,
Yeah, I think he rolled out of there too. But I saw an interview from Steven Espinoza because he's working like a consultant for them. But
Right.
he did an interview right before the Tank fight, and he said that the back half of this year we're supposed to get a lot more fights, like, and we're even gonna get some free cards, on Amazon Prime.
Okay. Yo,
also,
you know who left? That I didn't think was left? Vito Manecki Jr.
He
He was
left
on
too?
the he left and like his dad was on the Boxing Boys killing Ness because Ness was killing Al Heyman. They were like talking how they were so loyal to Al Heyman, and it's funny they gone now. But like you said, it's the dates. They don't have dates.
Listen, right now, they've got David Benavidez, and that's why they put him as a co-main event on that card. They got him where he needed to be, like get him active right quick. They need to put something in front of David Benavidez. Now, it looks like they're working on doing that. They know who not to play with, but David can mess around. And listen, bro, I think that fight he had, this fight he just had right now is his last fight on his PBC contract. This fight he just had right now, maybe he's going to renew. More than likely, he's going to renew it, right? But I promise you, it all depends on. It should all depend, and I think hopefully, senior Jose Benavidez, senior is really thinking about it. Like, I need to see some guarantees on my contract, bro. I need Canelo on that motherfucker, or you know what I'm saying? I need to understand the route that you guys have, the game plan you have for my son to become a champion, bro, and to become undisputed. Because at 175, what are you guys giving my son at 175? You done threw David Morrell up there. That's cool. That's one fight. But does that fighting David Morrell get him any closer to you guys? Are you guys able to deliver Bivol? Deliver a better BF? Are you able to deliver, you know what I'm saying? Something right than that? Or does he need to be over there on the other side where those fights are right there, where Turkey's working with Eddie Hearn, and Turkey's like, listen, you got Bivol and better be a winner. Or can you make something happen at 168 for David? Because also David had a little bit of hard time in his little fight. You know what I'm saying? Recently at 175. So, you give him, you entice him the right way at 168. David stays with the PBC. He fights at 168. He becomes an undisputed champion. Everybody's happy. PBC wins. It comes off better off. But once again, negotiations and guarantees, because you guys didn't, in my opinion, the PBC did David Benavidez dirty by signing Canelo Alvarez and not putting David Benavidez on that agreement.
I didn't understand that, but
something tells me that was Canelo though.
Oh man, yeah,
PBC
I agree.
Too.
I agree.
Make go right.
They're the production. They're the promotional company. If they wanted to see the fight, they could have made it happen.
It's funny because like Terrence Crawford fucked that whole thing up.
Yeah.
When he beat Spence, because I guess Spence was supposed to be right after.
He's supposed to
be. He threw the wrench right in there. They had to call up Jamel quick, and then Jamal wasn't right already. Like Crawford really messed that fight up. That whole contract, pretty much.
Right. Well, I mean, Crawford and Errol, right? Because Errol didn't take the rematch, right? And it's not that he didn't take the rematch. Let me not say that. Let me reshape my words. It's not that he didn't take the rematch. It's that Crawford beat his ass so bad that PBC was like, well, they're not really trying to throw no money behind that rematch. You know what I'm saying? They saw it as a one side of the fair. In my opinion, I think PBC got in the way of that fight happening. And now that fight gets brought back to life a little bit at 154 if Errol's able to deliver against Sebastian Fundora and put himself back in that conversation. But yeah, that's also why I think they're a little gun shy about giving people like one fight deals. Canelo almost screwed him over. Everybody don't believe him. I'm telling you, Canelo was almost on his way out the door. If Canelo could have caught somebody to shoot him that money he was looking to get with Golden Boy, or not with Golden Boy, let me stop lying, with Matchroom, you know what I'm saying? If he was able to get that working, I don't think he was coming back, bro. He ended up coming back to fight Jaime Munguia and going back on his word, fighting Mexicans and whatnot. He wasn't going to do that fight at all. He wasn't trying to do.
Yeah, that's
especially
true.
fight no Golden Boy fighter.
You
know what I'm saying? The fact that he did that fight lets you know that, like, all right, you guys got it. Nobody trying to give me that money. So
that's true. Yeah. That's true, man. And Canelo, like, it's weird with him because like he got nowhere else to go. He got to fight Benavidez or Crawford, like one of these guys. I think he's gonna fight Berlanga next, though.
That's what it looks like.
I hope not.
Just because Berlanga's his next money fight, like it's the next
Puerto
guy
Rico
who can
versus
sell with
Mexico.
him. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I
They
mean?
just said that he's supposed to fight some IBF contender, some dude I've never even heard of.
Scully.
Yeah,
Scully
because
whatever they-
they're trying to force the mandatory on him and make him drop the belt. So that may happen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm hearing they're in
IBF.
negotiations. I'm hearing it's supposed to happen.
Yeah, they strip their champs if you don't fight your mandatories.
IBF don't play no games.
Yeah,
And
they
Canelo
don't-
told him on.
Yeah,
You want that undisputed. See, Gangster's gonna be like, take your belt, bro. I'm already undisputed, defended the undisputed. Take your belt. You're gonna make me do what I don't want to do. But Canelo, like, he gangster, but at the same time, he validates himself through them damn belts.
yeah, that's his leverage. Yeah,
You know what I mean?
all his leverage.
So we'll see how that turns out. I'm in agreement with you though, man. Hopefully Canelo makes a decision between Terrence and David, and I'm hoping he picks Terrence. In my opinion, I ain't gonna lie. I know everybody wants David, but I'm a Terrence Crawford fan. But David Benavidez, either one of those fights would be great fights. You know what I'm saying? I think David Benavidez beats Canelo. I know people also disagree with that as well, but I think Terrence does too, man. I think Terrence handles business, man. But shout out to Terrence. Yeah, he's special. Thank you. That's why I say, like, people like, yo, he this. I said, no, but he a special fighter, bro. Special fighters do special things, man. It's just different. He's a special fighter, bro. That's all I can say.
I feel the same about Usyk as well. Like, he's special in a way of he's not gonna do nothing flashy, but he wins fights. Like, he just finds a way to win fights. He's like that type of guy. Like, he just give him the ball at the end of the game. You know what's gonna happen. You're gonna get the win.
Right.
Period. He always wants the ball. He always wants to shoot that game-winning shot. He wants it. Put the pressure all on me. He turns up in them championship rounds, and he does it. What does it say? EJ didn't want to be the B-side. Step aside money coming. Who's the step aside money coming for, Mr. Big Play?
He's talking about Earl and Terrence.
What's step aside money for who, though? Who's going to get paid to step aside? Who do you think gets paid to step aside? Like, is it going to be like the winner of Vergil and Bakacek? Is it going to be the winner of well, I mean, who else? The winner, but Ismail Madrimov and Terrence Crawford, and Errol Spence and Sebastian Fundora, and you got Vergil and Bakacek. Like, no, I don't know, man. I don't know if anybody gets paid to step aside money.
No, I don't think so. Where's the IBF? Like some Russian guy or something like that?
Yeah. They got a Russian there who just won the belt over there too. Who's he fight with? Is he fighting with like on the top rank or Matchroom? I know he ain't with a PBC fighter. The Russian guy who's an IBF champion right now at 154.
He's PBC.
Okay. Oh, I got you, Mr. Pig Play. I got you. He's PBC? That fighter?
I believe so.
Okay.
Talking about
He's talking about Scully, whatever his name is. Get paid that step aside money to fight. I guess, yeah, you're right. To fight Edgar Berlanga.
Right.
And Canelo step aside money probably not bad.
No, it's good money. Yeah, it's definitely good money, especially when you know you're gonna get your ass beat anyway. That's another thing.
Yeah.
You feel me? That like how the more you gonna pay me money anyway? That's what's up, bro. I don't really want to fight Canelo. Hopefully he let go of them belts and somebody takes. But look, it ain't gonna get easier for you, player, because if Terrence get it, I mean, I guess maybe that's a better fight for you. And if David get it, you already know what you're about to get. So
that's for sure.
So we'll see.
Well, shoot, fellas, I'm about to roll out, man. I appreciate y'all for letting me come up.
Oh yeah,
no doubt, man. Always, Sean. Thank
welcome,
you.
man.
Yeah, man. We really appreciate you
You
coming
bring some
through.
good knowledge. Some of it far fetched, but it's all good knowledge. I'm just messing with you.
Nah, there's the queen,
There
Rachel
she go.
Donaire in the building.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up,
Hey,
man?
Rach, how you doing?
Going on.
Just got home. What are you guys talking about?
Man, we've been talking about everything.
Did you get a new Beamer for your birthday?
No, I'm mad right now.
Why?
Yeah, how you feeling?
Why? I want to know who nobody is because every single time I have seen a car that I wanted, it literally was what? December was one. November, December last year, there was one that was like exact specification. And then this month, exact specifications. And they keep telling me nobody's going to buy this car. Who the fuck is Mr. Nobody? Because nobody keeps buying my car. So I want to know who Mr. Nobody is because he's literally cock blocked me both times that I wanted the car that.
It might be Miss Nobody. You can't always blame
nobody. Right?
Can't blame it on the guy all the time.
Yeah, you put it on the dude, man. You know what I mean? It's not always us, man. It could definitely be somebody else, man.
Fine, like what non-binary nobody. I'm mad at that person.
I think it's track 68. He trying to.
That's why I be waiting on you for real. Track
Bradley prank calling you. You gonna buy your car?
Sitting out there putting threats on Mr. Nobody.
And it's so irritating. But anyways, what are you guys talking about tonight?
Man, we've been talking about everything. Let me think about the best topic to bring up with you tonight. I mean, we talked about Devin. You know what I'm saying?
Not really. We were really talking about Ron.
You're right. We really didn't jump into Devin's conversation too much. Let's be real. We really didn't. You know, Devin being, you know, champion in recess. I mean, so let me ask the panel: does he come back to 140, or do you guys think he goes up to 147?
I think he moves to 147.
I think he comes back from one fight.
You think he comes back to 140?
Yeah. Man.
Only way if he gets the TO fight.
There? Yeah, exactly.
If he gets the TO fight, I can see him coming back. Other than that,
I mean, that's the game, right? Like, I mean, okay, so Claymore, we talked about this. There's vacant, there is strip, and there is champion recess. And the thing is, you know, even when Devin moved up into the 40 category, he had the option, and people are like, why the hell would he keep his champion status just only to move up for redress? And I'm like, well, it's a gameplay because you get first priority when, you know, to a shot at the title. So people kind of don't understand that. So if he wants to come back and say, hey, I'm going to defend against the champion, whoever the champion is going to be between, who is it? Who are the two? Puello?
Yeah, Puello and Martin.
Yeah, Alberto Puello.
Sandro Martin.
Martin, they're fighting for it. Yeah.
He can challenge for that, and or he could also use his status to move up into 47, like Ryan was saying. Well, sorry. I don't know if it was Ryan or Davis, but right. But Mario. Either way, you don't have to fight your way there because you gave your this is your status. And whatever way he decides to go, if he's looking at, you know, Sandor or Puello and he's like, well, Sandor wins and I'm gonna go up to 47. If Puello wins, he's like, hell yeah, I'm gonna defend that against Puello. He has options. So it's weird to me that people are saying like he was stripped, he vacated, all these weird vocabularies that actually aren't the same way. I would like the options. If I was Devin, like for 100% sure, why wouldn't I have the options? I have these titles and I'm going to use them to the best of my abilities.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with
the right thing. Not holding up the division.
Right.
Yeah.
And let's remember, like, we've been in this situation as well. Nonito actually wasn't the mandatory position, but we were supposed to fight Ubali, and then Ubali fell first with COVID, then Nonito fell with COVID, and it was supposed to be an interim fight. The guy that we were approved for was Emmanuel Rodriguez. He lost to Gaballo. Gaballo ended up taking the interim with Ubali in champion in recess. And then we challenged Ubali for champion in recess. And when he came back, Nonito was the one that he had to face. Nonito became the full champion. And then there was the interim, Gaballo. And then Gaballo pressed his mandatory position. We had to fight Gaballo in that December.
No doubt. Yeah. No, that champion in recess position gives you a lot, like you said, options. It puts you in, it gives you leverage when you do return, that people think like all of a sudden, like, you know, he's gonna have to build himself back up now one way or another. No, he gets to actually take off. He gets to get whatever the best option is for him. He gets to pick across the table what he wants. He can level up and fight the WBC challenge for the WBC champion at 147. He could fight the winner between Alberto Puello and Sandor Martin. He can put himself in position to do a lot of different things. The question is for me, Devin Haney's weight cut. He's had to stay pretty consistent to make these tough weight cuts, gaining 25 pounds overnight, you know what I'm saying, to fight the next day. Taking a year off and coming back off of that, does it become easier for him to make it 140 at this point? Or does he get even bigger than he's already been? Is he going to be working out, getting big, and having these hard weight cuts at 140? Or does he allow this, the natural evolution that it seems like his trajectory is to go up to 147, maybe even 154 at some point in his career? 140 just seems like a stretch for him. It seems like it's becoming difficult for him. I seen 135 Devin in that fight against Ryan Garcia. You know what I mean? I just seen to that 135 version of him struggling, raccoon eyes, face all sunk in. You know what I mean? The way he was getting clipped and the eyes were rolling the back of his head when he was getting clipped, it looked like there was some water missing from around his brain a little bit, like he got real punchy in there. You know what I'm saying? How does he feel about that? Also, what does his team come up with? Because this time he's taking off, I'm hoping he takes that time to really consider adding some permanent changes to his trainer situation. Not to say that Bill should go, not at all, but definitely add something to that whole entire regimen. I mean, am I far-fetched by saying that?
No, I mean, that's a conversation, of course, within the corner. Corners continuously have conversations based on, who is really head coach, who is adding, who is not a yes man, things like this. And so, these are conversations that have to be had in Devin's corner. I said this when Devin lost. I felt like, listen, if he's going to come back, even if the O was overturned, the loss was overturned, you're having to deal with the psychological issue that not only, first of all, that you just had your first loss, but second, in the way that he had it. How are we going to change what happened in that fight? Not like per se, like let's reverse time, but what mistakes did we make? How do we make sure that we don't make those mistakes again? I can't tell you, because I'm not in his camp, to say he's cutting too much. I can't tell you that he's gaining too much. I don't know that, because at this point, I feel like it's hypothetical to say he's gaining too much or he's losing too much, because of the fact that we're dealing with commissions that allow for, first of all, in Australia, they're doing a 3 or 6 p.m. weigh-in, where in the U.S., we're reversing that and bringing it all the way to 8 a.m. weigh-ins and having them rehydrate for 38 hours. So one really has to do with what is commission in the different states allowing you to weigh in at. Like, are we doing 3 p.m. weigh-ins, or are we doing 9 a.m. weigh-ins? Can you perform at a 3 p.m. weigh-in, or do you need a 9 a.m. weigh-in to the additional 6 hours? And is that too detrimental to your performance? I can't speak to that. I'm not in his camp. They're going to have to answer that.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you. And parts of me think that that's what the whole issue is with him right now, right? Not to say issue, but obviously we know it's the money that he's getting offered to fight Sandor Martin, which is beneath him at this point, and he doesn't want to get paid that low to fight a fighter who, people might not know Sandor Martin or not have an understanding, but that's not an easy fight. He's a great fighter.
Yeah.
And to get 1 million or 1.5 million is a horrible trade-off. But at the same time, I can't help but feel like revisiting the game plan, revisiting the strategy. Devin Haney moving forward, even in the 140-pound weight class division, he's going to fight punchers. He's going to fight it's going to be way more competitive, in my opinion, than what he fought in 135. And does what got him through 135 get him through 140, or God forbid 147? I don't think so. I think he has to add to that. There's some elements, there's some things that he needs to address, and he needs to add to the tool bag to make him effective in that weight division, especially if he's going up in there without power. If he's not going to be able to translate power into these divisions, then he's going to have to implement some sort of strategy that helps elevate him and give him that leverage he needs to take advantage. The size difference, and I'm not saying that Devin Haney was a weight bully, even though it can be argued reasonably that he was playing that position at 135. I don't think that holds as much weight at 140, and I don't think it holds any weight at 147. So what does he do?
Well, that's an interesting thing, and I'd love to hear from Ryan and Ray about this, and of course you, Clay, but more so the fact that 147 without boots. What is 147?
Oh, it's dead. Well,
Yeah.
actually, no.
Well, without boots, it picks up. I think the division opens up. I think it gets live, and you start seeing a lot of competition at the division, because I think with boots, you have a lot of stellar fighters that are not willing to put their O on the line against boots. I think his dominance he had put out there, he's really the boogeyman, and I think he definitely needs to go to 154 in my opinion. But yeah.
But 154 is a really stacked division. So if let's just pretend Boots moves up to 54 in 47. Who do you feel like Devin beats, and who do you feel like he loses to in 47 without Boots? Let's take Boots out of the picture.
All right, yeah. So I think he beats Barrios. He beats Stanionis. I think he loses to Conor Benn, but Conor Benn's fighting at 150 something anyway. But I think he loses to Conor Benn. Anybody else at 147? I think what's Clay's guy?
What division? I mean, what
147. What's your boy's name? I think Roman Villa is a very tough fight.
You talking about Norman?
Yeah, Brian Norman's a tough fight. I think Roman Villa is a tough fight for him. Alex Rocha should be an easy fight. Blair Cobb and him already had a sit down, so I think Blair Cobb actually can beat Devin. But then again, that was like 10 years ago. So when they had their incident, so I don't know. I literally think it's only about a handful, maybe 4 or 5 people.
So do you think that he can actually win at 47?
Yeah. I mean, I would play careful though. I wouldn't go up there and try to unify and take all the belts. That's my opinion.
No, not unify, but we're just saying.
Yeah, I think Mario Barrios is a significant opponent for Devin Haney. I think that's a really good fight. I think he can beat Mario Barrios. Mario Barrios has some. He lacks some skills, but yet he has a lot of talent. So he could be. He's reminds me of what people thought about Devin fighting Regis. How they thought that he could find a way to expose Regis. I think the same thing with Mario Barrios. As far as like I said, the rest of the gang, I mean, it all depends. I don't think anyone wants to go up there and fight Boots except for Antoine Russell. I think he was the only guy that said he was willing to do it. Who's going to come down to fight him? All the other guys that left. Stanionis is about to leave. He ain't getting his belt. He's about to leave. He's starting to pick up weight. He said he's not staying there. So who else is he going to fight?
Yeah, his last fight was his last fight under the PBC on this contract with PBC. So this fight that he's coordinating with Vergil Ortiz, he may not be fighting under the PBC banner on this fight. He might be. I don't know. I just know his last fight was his last fight on the contract. I don't know if he renewed the contract or anything like that. But to hear him negotiating to fight Vergil Ortiz, who's a Golden Boy fighter,
right,
may speak to a little bit more to what's going on over there as well. Yeah, and shout out Nikki J, man. I agree with you 100%. I think you articulating that very well. I think I'll just read what you said because I can't say too much better than what you said. That the beautiful thing about Devin is he's 25, almost 26, so he has more than enough time to add to his tools and grow, and he stays in the gym, so he'll be fine. If he was 30, I'd feel a little different. 100%.
Right.
I agree with you. I think he's very capable of making the adjustments. I think he's very capable of reacting to this hard situation he just went in a positive way, and coming out on the other side of it what everybody knows he is, which is a great boxer. But the question is, like I said to Mr. Big Play Braze, how much time does he need to acclimate and put all these things in the right spots? How much time does he need to check all these boxes and get the right people in his training camp, and also translate all of that work in what amount of time to be that fighter who's able to compete on that level with the fighters that are in the division in front of him, because he got fighters in front of him that can present some issues, man. They clip him, they give him some problems. Sabril can give him a problem if he clips him. You know what I'm saying? Gary Antoine can give him a problem if he clips him. T.O. can give him a problem if he clips him. You know what I'm saying? Even Nysac Cruz is there to give him problems if he clips him.
And a former foe named Regis Prograde can give him a problem. Jermaine Ortiz can give him a problem. Steve Claggett can give him a problem.
I ain't gonna give Steve Claggett.
I'm just kidding.
I ain't talking no Steve
All
Claggett.
right.
Steve Claggett.
I had to throw that out.
Like, have you not learned of the bingo of 2024? Like, you really can't, discredit anybody at this point. Like, because Claggett is a Canadian boxer. Right. And people in Canada are like, y'all are sleeping. And here's the thing with, I don't want to say American YouTube, because I feel like each country is completely backing their guy 100%. That's what you're supposed to do. But if you're not actually looking at the other fighters that have any type of fundamental training, stability, and has gone through wars, then you're dismissing them only because of the fact that you haven't heard. And one of the things that I'm going to liken it to is when Manny Pacquiao was supposed to fight Spence. Okay, they're like, who the fuck is Spence? In the Philippines, they had no idea who Spence is. So, like, I was like, what the fuck? Well, why are we even talking? Like, you guys don't know who Spence is, who he beat, blah 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 blah. So when we look at that, they're almost what is it called? They're compartmentalized to who their fighter is going to fight, and we're not giving like the credit. We're not looking at who worldwide is supposed to be like having like to give our fighters issues. And T.O. is fighting Claggett, and we haven't heard of him. He's a Canadian fighter, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But is he not worthy because we don't hear about him? Because on American soil, we have maybe 3 or 4 fighters that we continuously talk about. And that's it.
That the content spaces definitely do that. Not here, but everywhere else they do that. Yeah.
Yep.
Everywhere else they do it. We don't do that. You know
Three fighters and a bonus. 3 fighters and a bonus.
Yep. And if they're not fighting each other, oh my God.
And they're not. And that's the crazy part. I don't even care. And now that we have a possibility of Devin moving to 147, I don't even want to hear his name in the same sentence as other fighters anymore. Like, just
right.
Bro, this is.
Shout out to most hated blogger, little brother. He says, I got Devin over Tank, Ryan in a rematch. Barrios, Sabril. If everybody come in the right way and not on PDs, Devin just has to use his skills and stop trying to please Bill haters.
Okay, yeah. It can happen. I agree. The Tank fight, I think, is going to be a little loose. You know what I mean? I think that's great competition for them both. I don't know how that goes. But yeah, everything else I can see happening. Absolutely.
Yeah, man. A focused Devin, a confident in who he is, Devin. Not trying, like you said, and I thought that was significant what you said towards the end, as far as trying to please all the haters. You know what I mean? Trying to prove them wrong and fight a fight that he's not supposed to be fighting, instead of working to his strengths and what he does. Identity crisis is what was the name of one of the videos I did. I think one of the episodes we shot, I called it Identity Crisis, and I feel like Devin suffered from that in that fight. I think in that fight against Ryan Garcia, he suffered from identity crisis. He left who he was and tried to be something he wasn't. He paid ultimate cost for it. So
you guys want to be in the middle of the ring?
No, he was pressing Ryan, just pressing him and just trying to act like he was going to be this power puncher and he was going to, you know what I mean? Like, no, bro, it's not who you are. It's not who you've been.
It took his defense away. He dropped his hand on his right hand. He just was like focused on knocking Ryan out, especially after he got hit with that big shot in the first. It was like he had to get his get back. And when he hurt Ryan with that one overhand, he felt that he was comfortable enough to keep doing it. And I thought that was his downfall, and I just think that he relied on that to try to beat Ryan at his own game instead of just going back and to say, you know what, I got him back. This guy is bigger than, and he could have jumped on him. Matter of fact, I watched the replay. He could have even jumped on him when he knocked Ryan back, and Ryan got in that weird.
Yeah, I ain't gonna hold you, bro. I think when Ryan slapped his fists together, like let's go. I ain't gonna hold you, man. I think it
intimidated a little bit.
Made him step back a little bit. Yeah, I think he was like, all right, you know what I'm saying?
But,
remember
but if
that
you
round
watch,
before he had his head clipped back.
If you watch, he could have followed up with all that and put him down. He could have.
Quite possibly. I think Devin needs to just get to understand. He just needs to have an understanding. Nobody's gonna like you, bro, that don't like you. That's it. The people who don't like you, who are not fond of the way you approach the sport, who don't like the way you talk, they don't like your dad, they love, you know what I mean, your opponents, they don't like you, you're not going to get them to like you. You just need to accept the fact that you're going to be that fighter. Remember, they hated Floyd. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people hated Floyd. Oh, he just runs around the ring. Oh, this. I remember all the hell and shit he used to get for fighting, for not putting that fight together with Manny until he was ready to put that fight together. Oh, you're making it hard. You're ducking him. You don't want to fight him. He did not give a damn. Floyd didn't give a damn. And Devin has to get comfortable with understanding that, yo, bro, who don't like you, man. Fight your fight. Know how you fight and stay true to that no matter what, bro. And if you're going to lose knowing that you gave your best foot forward, but definitely go home with who brought you to the dance. Shout out to Mike Tyson. You know what I'm saying?
Listen to the queen out there giving you blessings on that, bro.
Exactly. You know what I mean? Fuck them all, man. You ain't going to please them anyway. When you beat them, they're going to make excuses. They're going to say, all he did was this. All he did was jab. All he did was he didn't want to get. That's why we don't like him. He ain't going for the knockout. Let them not like you and you be a champion. Right. And you collecting belts, you know what I'm saying? And you doing great shit and you beating their favorite fighters. Allow that story to be that. The history books will shine on you. And maybe in the future, after you're retired, they'll finally give you a respect then when they're putting you in the Hall of Fame for accomplishing all these great things that you accomplished. Fuck them right now, bro. They're going to hate you.
But and that's the whole thing. Like, you know, Track loves to come at me. It's so funny. I'm watching.
Yeah. Track is in here talking?
Yeah, he's going back and forth.
You ain't see her.
You ain't see Rachel giving by Felicia?
Bro, it's really fucking easy. Track. You honestly think this motherfucker is going to make it into the Hall of Fame right now? Who has he beat? He's never even been a world champion. What the fuck? Like, get the fuck out of here, bro.
Yeah.
Like, not on your shit. Like, you know, like, do all your, like, excuses.
There it is.
But right now, where we stop, if he stops right now, he retires because of what he said. Nah, you need my attention. You just fucking be calling me all the time. But there's no way that Ryan Garcia is going to be lauded, put in to the Hall of Fame right now because he has never been a world champion, hasn't beat anyone at this point in time. I'm sorry, but you know, I'm fucking tired of you people. Like, stop.
Yeah, right now, Ryan Garcia's biggest accomplishment he ever did in his life was beating Devin Haney.
And guess what?
Still not a world champion.
Guess what? That don't count anymore.
Exactly, I'm about to say, and it's tainted by PEDs, and you're not making the weight. It just doesn't. You know what I mean? He has work to do. Ryan Garcia, you know what I mean? I think Ryan Garcia has potential, bro. I think he's a good boxer, bro. Like, I just think mentally, I think he is. I think he is a good boxer.
I'm glad you think so. Listen, I think he's a guy that can stand in the ring, utilize his power because he has very quick hands and his hand-eye coordination is there. But as far as him having some footwork, even a guard or some defense,
Yeah.
Why
No,
hasn't why hasn't he been a world champion? I mean, like, how long has he been there?
And
Hey,
it's crazy.
contract, bro. Like, why you keep like threatening me? Like, which world champion has he been? Is he a world champion right now? He does not have a champion
Ryan,
no,
status.
he's done nothing. He's done
Ryan,
nothing
only
in his
belt
career.
Ryan held is the one that holds his pants. But anyway,
Oh, he had a silver WBC belt.
that's not a belt. That's a title.
Silver? Are you kidding, bro?
That's a title. That's not a belt, bro.
I'm trying to help Ryan. I'm trying to help you out, bro.
Listen,
I don't know. I'm trying to. You had a little silver belt up there. You know what I mean?
I'm keeping it. Yo, listen, that dude.
They have no mercy
That
for
dude,
you up
you
here,
know what
Ryan.
that is? That's a glorified ribbon on your neck. That's what
There's
that
a reason why silver bends.
right.
Oh
The
man.
weakest out of the fucking metals.
That's
Oh,
all that
man.
is. A glorified. Yep, it's a glorified.
There's a
a
reason why when you
a great
wear a
conductor of
silver
electricity.
ring,
What's up,
it starts
Tinkle?
giving you that weird
Piggy?
green ring. Like it's toxic for you because it actually isn't an actual strong metal that can be. So when you wear a silver ring and you take it off and there's a silver metal, because it's cheap as fucking fuck.
It's a great conductor of electricity.
No, it ain't. That's
Silver? We
No.
don't use that in. We
Copper,
don't use that. No,
copper.
we don't use that in waste energy. We don't use that. What are you talking about?
I don't know. Ryan, you suck. Okay. So oh man, Rachel said Ryan was a great fighter. You reaching player. Rachel, when I said Ryan was a great fighter, you reaching player. And look, I think Ryan, listen, I think at the end of the day, I'm gonna be 100 with you, man. Ryan Garcia just hasn't accomplished enough to be in the conversations with these other fighters. He beat Devin Haney, man. He, even though it's tainted with all those things that were involved with it, he did do that. But that doesn't put him in the conversation. He's not one of those guys. You know what I mean? I think if he would take his career more serious, you know what I mean, not with all the antics, I think if he didn't take that hiatus and there was all types of possibilities for him. And there's still possibilities for him in the future. He just has to apply himself and he has to fight. You know, he has to fight for belts. He has to do what these other fighters have done. And until he does that, he does not get the accolades that you guys want to give him. He just can't, you can't give it to him.
Well, yeah, if he had made the 40-pound weight division and he beat Devin, he would have actually been a world champion.
right.
That's no one else's fault.
Right.
Besides Ryan.
Right.
Not
That's
the-
it. All he had to do was make 140.0. And he would have been able to be a world champion in the WBC. We wouldn't have these discussions. But, I mean, for some weird reason, Ryan has been able to evade getting the crown.
Mm-hmm.
Because whether or not he's actually going to step up to make the weight, then, you know, you don't get it. You don't get the crown. Sorry.
Yeah, that's a fact. It's a fact. And that's something that, you know, feelings, you guys can get in your feelings. And I'm not saying nobody in the chat, I don't know. I mean, maybe maybe Bradley feeling some kind of way.
His fucking feelings.
Yeah. But at the
I
end of
agree
the
with
day,
you.
Ryan
agree
just
with
hasn't
you.
done it. He just hasn't done shit.
Nope.
He hasn't done
And
shit.
you know what's funny?
In boxing, I mean, he's done shit outside of boxing with his
When
antics.
he got the interim at 147 and got called out on it, guess what he said? Yeah, we're both champions, but you got my belt. And he's like, yeah, we'll fight one day, not now. Like, he didn't want he never wanted to fight Devin. And it looked like, and that's why I said, it looked like he really, like, I don't care what he said. Nobody that cheated on drugs ever said that they cheated on drugs or any type of performance enhancer. So except for Andy Pettit, by the way, that's a fact. So, yeah, nobody owned that. So at the end of the day, this guy actually took something to feel confident to beat somebody. First, I mean, you could tell he never wanted to fight him. He pulled out the first time to go fight Rolly. Like,
Yep.
It was clear he didn't want to fight Devin. He and not to mention how many people that had a channel picked Devin to win the fight.
Everybody, nobody picked Ryan.
Everybody
Nobody
in their foreign cousins. I'm serious. Everybody picked Devin to win. So when did it change?
When they were trying to suck dick. I mean, like, that's what Track's doing. He's like, oh, well, she shits on Ryan and Tank. Is that why, like, I was at the PPC event. That's why, like, what, Tank kicked me out? There's no way that he took out my credentials. I saw fucking every single person that works with Tank over at the event with Frank Martin and Tank. What are you talking about, bro? You haven't even met these people, and you riding so hard. Like, you ain't even doing with any lubrication, bro. Like, you fucking, I can't. And same with Ryan. Why are you acting like I don't see these people on a daily? It's different. It's different because, and I told you, Clay, like, I can't with these people that have never met these fighters, actually aren't doing the business, and they're like, well, like, you moaning way more than any other female should be in Las Vegas, bro. It's kind of silly. It's kind of silly. It's disrespectful, and it's really fucking silly as shit. You don't want to meet them, but you riding really fucking hard in your wife beater the last time that I saw you, trying not to say anything, bro.
Going in.
Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, you starstruck, not me. I'm not the one dick riding. You're not even dick riding at this point. His dick is in your mouth.
Church. Damn.
Okay, I'm sorry, Clay. I know this is yours. I'm my bad.
Hey, it is what it is. That's why the link is out there.
That guy.
Here, I got something for you in the chat, bro. Maybe you can help. Here.
Baby. I didn't know that.
Was it the Haktua girl? Haktua. That's fucking track at this point. Bradley, like, fuck.
Listen, man. You know what I mean?
Are you like a teenager? Bro, that's all you got? Okay. You got your legs out in a V position, like, trying to really, like, get that in your ass. Like, stop. Can't.
Yeah. It is what it is. You know what I mean?
Big J, y'all want to jump in? Serena want to jump in? Y'all want to? We say we agree. I agree with Eve.
So you want to go there? Well, bitch, like, listen.
Eve,
if I gave you an apple and you're dumb enough to fucking take it, and I told you all you need to do is bend over and you'll get the fucking kingdom of heaven, you're dumb as fucking fuck.
Damn, I'm just laughing, dog.
You're not a man.
Yeah.
I'm being honest. I'm laughing. Just buy the BMW and she'll leave you alone.
Very good.
I don't know why they come at me like I'm the person to play with. Like,
not to cut you off, but yeah, Mr. Big Play. Yeah, maybe.
That would be good. I honestly think that would be good.
I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking Bay Area combo right there. I was thinking the same thing. I think they fight alike, believe it or not. I was looking at some of the stuff besides the power that Andre Ward had.
I think Andre Ward's style could translate for that. I think that it could translate. I think Devin could bring some. You know what I mean?
Why are you coming at anybody, Bradley? Your feelings hurt, bro? Hold on. Let's
y'all, like, you deal with him.
I ain't deal with him. I ignore him. I just think it's funny, but I just want to know why you involving me.
I mean, that's between you and Reggie. Yeah, bro. We ain't doing nothing.
Like, I'm just laughing, bro. Everything in here is funny. Listen, you can say what you say. I laughed at what you said too. So now, because I'm laughing at what she said, I'm on her side.
It is, bro. You come. I mean, you come. Yeah. Listen, what do you want me to tell you, man?
I just put the toilet paper up because you look butthurt, bro. Pause. I'm just saying.
Listen, bro.
It mean at it.
It is, man. Listen, man. We appreciate all the support, but when you guys get into it, bro, y'all get into it, bro.
Y'all, that's on y'all. He put the link for you to come up, not me.
Yeah, I put a link out there. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is, bro. You know what I'm saying? What you want me to say? You know what I mean?
But let's talk about, like, what you said. Dre, like, he was so technical. Like, so if he really did take Devin under his wing, like, that would be interesting. And Devin's not, like, what everyone's saying, like, Nick J was saying, like, he's not old where he's unfixable. 24, 25, 26. Like, you're still beginning in your career. I think that would be amazing. If he had what Dre, like, saw, I think that's a great thing. I also don't know, of course. the Haney's with Dre, I don't know their relationship also. So
Yeah. I think yeah, man. Listen, man. I like Andre. I don't know if Andre has Andre done any corner work or training or anything like that. Does he help fighters like that normally? Does he do that? Or is it really are we looking at Vergil to
I thought
really
he did, right? Didn't he? Didn't he?
I thought he did.
I thought he did a couple.
Yeah, so I think it'd be interesting. I think Andre Ward's a real smart person. I know he did a lot of. I know he helped Shakur a lot. I know
Yeah,
he.
he
You
did.
know what I'm saying? I know he did work with him. So yeah, Nikki for sure. Yep, Shakur might have something to say about it. Exactly. I know he did work with Shakur. So yeah, I think Andre would be a great addition to it. But I keep campaigning for my boy, man, Mickey Bay, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I'm campaigning for him. I think Mickey got that relationship with Devin. I think he knows Devin. He worked with Devin in the past before. I know he's also very passionate. He's also very passionate about Devin, about working with Devin. He really thinks, he knows Devin's strengths, and he knows he has a game plan in his mind about how he wants to approach it with Devin. He thinks Devin could be unstoppable, and I think you need you need somebody in your corner who has faith in you, who believes in you, and think really believes in what you can do based off of experience, not just as like fanatic, like, oh, I just love you, I want to see him do great. Nah, like he's actually worked with Devin, and he's like, nah, bro, I know Devin better than most people. You got to hear when Mickey Bay talks about it. Like he campaigns on it regular. Like I know him better than most people. I know I can get him there. I
But
had
it's
him there
not
before.
about that. I think there's a respect factor.
Right.
Because I think you can have Roy Jones, you can have Dre, you can have Mickey Bay, you can have all these guys that are
What?
coming in and saying, "What?"
No, Bradley was up here, man. I was about to bring Bradley up. He disappeared. I don't know. I guess he's coming back. I think he's back now. I don't know. I think he's back. Hold on.
So these guys, I feel like when it comes to these guys, what?
Hold on. Let her. She
Jesus
talking about.
Christ.
Okay.
So any of these guys, the problem is that these guys have to actually be able to take in. So they have to respect the person and not just be like, hey, this is a yes man that's going to say whatever I want, or do whatever I do because I say I'm going to push back as a fighter. But so the thing is Mickey Bay can have the best knowledge and the best ideas, but at the end of the day, Devin has to be able to take it in and say, yes, okay, let me try it. He has to respect it. And I don't know who he respects within this game. Like if it's Mickey Bay or it's Andre Ward, he has to respect them to say, okay, you're not the yes man. And I'm going to try it and listen to it and be like, all right, well, let me try it. Because anyone can come in and just say hey, listen, you're doing this and that. And he's like, nah, fuck you. I'm not going to respect it. So he has to have someone that he's going to respect and actually try what he's saying.
Right. 100%. 100%. I agree with you on that. I don't know how the relationship between Mickey Bay and Devin is for sure. I mean,
yeah.
I can say Mickey Bay seems to believe that they have that kind of relationship, but at the same time, he didn't get invited back. Mickey didn't get invited back. You know what I'm saying? To work with.
Well, you gotta remember, Mickey was working with Shakur also too. So
right,
it wasn't just like he was in the camp with Devin. Like he worked with Devin for a while. I think it's for a couple of fights, but then he was with Shakur, Devin, and even Keyshawn, they all being in close quarters. They were moving around because Devin was even working with Bomac at some points on some things. I thought Bomac would be a great fit for Devin. I think he needs to go over there, get in that camp, work with multiple trainers on different things, and see what he can get from that camp. I think that'd be a really good move for him.
Yeah, I agree with you, King of Bounce. Floyd would be great, but you already know how the relationship is. But Floyd got that relationship as well. He could help him. Now, I don't think he could corner him, train him, but I think Floyd plays his position well as far as just being that guy who's there, sees something, says something, show him something real quick, and falls back and allows the training to continue. But yeah, that's not realistic. You know what I mean? Salute, Bradley. What's going on with you, brother?
Now, what you were saying, I was sitting back just listening. What you were saying, Rich, I'm here now. Now, talk to me. Tell me what you got to tell me. And quick. Talking like
Apparently,
a
I'm a
teenager.
hater.
Talk
Why?
like a grown.
What? Yeah.
Talk
Okay.
like
Why
a
am I a
goddamn
teenager,
grown
bro?
woman. Talk like a grown woman and quit talking like a teenager. I told
Like
you all you
how?
throw is insults. All you
Like
throw
how?
is insults. Just talk
Like
like a
how?
grown person.
Like how?
Talk. You was talking before I got on here. Talk now. Cause I was just sitting back listening to you. I ain't had nothing to say.
You
I
said
guess you
I
had
was
to
a
throw my
fan,
name
or
in to get some.
I'm
You like
hating
my
on.
attention.
I'm
For
hating.
some reason,
Cool.
you
I'm
like my
hating on
attention.
who?
For some
Who am
reason,
I
you like
hating
my
on?
attention.
Who am I hating on?
Tank and Ryan.
How?
Cause every chance you get, you shit on their name.
How? Am I saying facts or am I saying my feelings?
You ain't saying facts. You stating your opinion.
Really? Did
You stating your opinion.
Ryan not get popped with Bada and all etc. for having
Yeah.
Off-stream? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay,
Now,
so that's a fact.
we passed that.
100%.
We passed that.
Okay,
We
so
passed
Tank,
that.
what have
We
I said
passed that.
about Tank?
Move on.
What did I say about Tank? Yeah, you keep moving
You
along
talked
because
about.
you move on
Hold up.
goalposts.
Can I?
Go ahead.
She
No,
ain't gonna let me talk.
what?
I don't like
Wait,
arguing
did
with
he
women.
not? Did he not?
I
Did he
just like
not? Yes or
talking
no?
shit to you.
Yes or no? Okay, so
I just
go
like
move your
talking shit to you. Go
goalposts
ahead.
again. Move your goalposts again. Move it again. Move it again with Ryan. Go ahead. You said that.
Are you
What?
finished or you
Henry
done?
said. You
Are you
said.
finished or are you done?
No, I ain't done with you. Because
Go
all
ahead.
you
Then.
ever
Come on,
do,
mom.
like,
Come on, little mama.
he
Come on.
popped for Off-stream. Yes or no?
Okay. Yes.
And then you said that I couldn't say anything because he didn't pop for Off-stream. So go ahead.
When I said that. When
You
I
said
said that.
he didn't.
When
You
I
said
said
Henry
that.
got me. You said Henry got me. Did you
I
not?
said.
You said
Can I
Henry
talk?
got me.
Will
You
you let me
said
talk?
no.
If it's I normally don't argue with women. It's not. I don't get
You
no victory
argue with
out
me
of
all the fucking time, Bradley. So
I
stop that fucking shit.
I just like poking at you because you can't take it.
Okay, go,
That's
bro.
basically it.
What do you think that
Okay, now
I
let me.
can't fucking take?
Will
Go.
you let me talk or you gonna talk? It's a one-sided
Okay,
conversation or
go
it's a two-sided
ahead.
conversation.
Go ahead.
All right,
Make
now,
a statement.
hey,
Make a statement
oh,
and do not
I just
move off
got
that
hit by a
fucking
mouth on
goalpost,
her.
Bradley. Go.
I
Go.
can move the goalpost to the other side of the goddamn field if I want to.
No, bitch, that's not how it fucking works. Go. Go.
Okay. The
Go.
reason why I said, Lord, this woman can't shut her goddamn mouth. Shut up for a change. Let me talk.
I didn't say
That's all you
shit,
got
you
to do.
stupid ass.
I don't
Go.
call names. I don't insult people. That's kind of childish to
Go,
me.
bro.
You
Go,
seem
bro.
kind of childish. Okay,
Do a fucking
be
thing.
quiet. Be quiet. I'm respectfully.
Go.
Be quiet. Okay.
Go.
I said Henry had you in a pickle because all them other times you was talking on Play Channel, you was talking bad about Ryan. But when Henry
How?
got to you, you backed up. You backed up like a
How?
crawfish. Well, I know that's your son.
No.
I know. Oh,
No.
man,
Give me the facts,
just
Bradley.
talk.
You're just making
Talk.
opinions.
This,
How?
how long ago this? Oh, so I got an opinion and you don't. Yours is
How?
fact, but mine ain't.
Yours
Yours is facts and mine ain't.
What's the fact?
You said your opinions are your opinions are facts, but my opinions just opinions. So you right at everything, right? That's what you're trying to tell me?
No. I'm asking you, and I asked Henry,
If
when
you
did
let
I
me
say
talk, I can
I'm a
finish. You like
scientist?
interrupting.
So go ahead, continue. Go ahead.
Because you know
Give me the facts.
everything about what people put in their body. Listen to me.
Did I say that?
If you can I talk? If you trying to get something out your system, you do blood doping. If you're trying to get something out your system.
Did not say that.
You understand
I
what I'm
never
saying?
said, no, Bradley, I want you to drop the link in the channel right now. I want you to drop the link in the channel right now. When I said that there was blood doping and things that you had to get out of your system, please drop it because you can't fucking drop it and you're going to drop out of this fucking channel. Drop it, bro. Because that's the same thing that Henry couldn't.
I'm going to drop out of what? What I'm going to drop out of what channel?
This channel. Because go ahead and drop the link where I said that blood doping.
I'm not going through all that.
Why? Wait. Don't move the goalpost. You said.
How long ago was that, Rachel? How long ago was that? About a month ago? You think I sit up here and worry about?
You're supposed
Y'all
to
talk
know.
about y'all talk
Go
about.
ahead. No,
Play
bro.
Channel.
Bro.
Oh, this chick don't shut her damn mouth.
No, because you can't actually prove it. Prove it, Bradley. 68. Go ahead. Prove it. You can't.
I ain't proving nothing.
That's exactly like your fucking your fucking paternity test. You can't fucking prove it. So exactly the fucking same. You can't fucking prove this. Prove where I said about blood doping.
Can she talk without trying to insult somebody? You kind of like a kid, Rich. You ain't grew up yet. Grow up,
bro. You can't prove anything.
I'm respecting you.
You ain't proving shit. Prove something.
Respect.
Respect what?
Respect.
Respects what? Can you at least like scrape your tongue? Jesus Christ, what are you sucking on?
You easy work.
Prove it, bro. Prove it, bro. Prove it, bro.
I ain't proving nothing. I just told you I ain't proving it. Now what you gonna do after that?
You can't, bitch. You can't fucking prove shit. You can't prove anything.
What you gonna do after that?
You can't prove
talk
anything.
like you know every goddamn thing. You're an expert. You're an expert lawyer.
What did I say?
You're an expert chemist. You're a doctor of psychology. You know everything.
I'm a doctor of psychology. Oh my God. Are you sad because I speak higher than you? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you. I apologize. Both you and Henry could not prove shit. You cannot prove that when I said this and that. All I said was that Ryan popped positive on a test that he had Osterine. And that's all I said. I didn't talk about half-lives. Please provide a link to a video that I talked about half-lives. And you can't. Drop it.
I'm not going to look it up.
Because you can't fucking do it. No, because you making up shit. You making up shit. You making up shit, bro. You ain't gonna look shit up because that's the same way that fucking Henry couldn't. Have Henry come at me. You actually think
why you so emotional? Do I know you personally?
Because I have to deal with like fucking preschool level ass bitches like you. Drop the link. Drop the link, bro. Drop the fucking link. Drop the link. This is your goal. This is your goal post. What did I say? No, drop the link. Drop the link, Bradley. Drop the link, Bradley. Drop the link, Bradley. I said this. Drop the link, Bradley.
I ain't dropping nothing, Rachel.
Yeah, because you don't have shit,
now what
bitch. You can try to have blank fucking like blank shots all day. That's what you guys do. You actually have nothing. You have nothing because you can't say that I actually said, I never even say he cheated. That's the funny fucking part. I never said that he ever cheated. I said he popped positive, which is everything that every person said legally, because you know why? Because if Henry wanted to come at me, he can come at me legally. You wanna know the reason why he never came at me legally is because I never said that he cheated. All I reported was a positive test. And you can't find the fucking link because it doesn't fucking exist. Smile, bitch. Do it again. Move the goalpost. It's fine. Go ahead and move the goalpost again. What did I say about Tank? Who was the one that actually was actually standing behind Tank when he went to jail? You or me? Who did the YouTube that said that no one should actually premeditate or social media judge Tank when he got when he went to jail for the thing that happened in January before his Hector Garcia fight? Was it you or was it fucking me? You didn't do shit. You don't have a voice. But I actually stood for fucking Tank. And I said, you know what? I don't like how people are judging Tank because he shouldn't have been judged without the court of opinion. And what that girl did is she dropped the charges. I did a whole fucking thing on our YouTube channel to defend Tank. But all you are doing is saying, oh, well, Tank this, Tank that, blah, 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 blah. I actually did a whole fucking story on Tank, and I stood by Tank because I said, unless she actually presses charges, and unless there's actual evidence,
you need to get this off your chest, boy. I hope you feel better because you had a lot of built up energy. It ain't all because of me. You have to get this off your chest because
I'm tired of fucking preschool shit like you guys. Like, ask Clay. Did I not tell you?
Who more preschool than you, Rachel?
Really? Okay, so on the very basis, please give me some type of evidence that I actually hate Tank and evidence that I actually hate Devin. Go ahead. Or not, sorry.
Who is Devin? I don't. What you talking about Devin for? I ain't never said nothing about Devin. I think Devin is a great young man.
Ryan,
so what you talking about?
What you talking about? Show me evidence that I hate Ryan and show me evidence that I hate Tank.
I said you hate on Ryan. That's a difference between hating and hating on somebody. You don't have to hate somebody to hate on them.
Wait, what?
Yo,
there you go.
Video out.
Isn't that the same fucking
You don't have to hate on somebody to hate them. You could just be an asshole towards them, and that's considered hate. Hating on somebody is you despise them.
Okay, so why don't we go back? What did I say against Ryan that I hate Ryan? What did I say?
You talked a lot of shit about him.
Well, no, you need to be very fucking specific. On where?
How you gonna ask me to come up, Rachel, and you won't let me get a damn word in?
I'm
Typical
asking you to drop the link on where I have said anything.
What part of that you don't understand? You want me to speak Bulgarian to you? I am not dropping a link. I'm not going to look for it. I do not have a boxing channel. I don't want a boxing channel. When I want to find information, I come up here. I listen to Clay. I listen to Ray. They about the only ones that really talk more about boxing. A lot of them other channels I kind of walked away because all they do is talk about the same.
So I'm sorry. Same thing every day. It's okay. So, you can't. You can't actually have evidence.
If I could, I'm looking at YouTube and I got my laptop right here on my phone. If I want to look it up, I can. I'm not looking it up, so you can forget it. So you can quit.
You didn't look it up the last time I fucking came at you, bro. You just dropped.
What? The last time I came, bitch, I was on this computer and I was hearing 3 voices at one time. That's why I got off.
That's not my fault. You can't fucking figure out a goddamn computer. What do you want me to do? Like fucking bring it all the way to fucking like infant level?
I keep telling y'all, this chick is kind of slow. Only thing she can do is insult, and she can't insult somebody she don't know personally.
Dude,
so what you saying don't mean nothing to me.
All the fucking time, bro. Like I didn't say shit about you.
One thing about me, I never disrespect no woman. I don't even disrespect no man because I believe in respect. What did I call? Have I ever called you out your name? Have I ever called you out your name?
Yes.
Have I ever called you out your name? Yes or no?
In the chat.
You a damn lie. I have never called. I don't call no woman out their name. That shit disrespectful as hell. I got mama, sister, and daughter. I don't play that. I'm a grown man. Unlike you, I'm a grown man. I don't play that. I don't do the disrespect with no man.
I'm not supposed to be a grown man. I'm sorry that if you think that I'm supposed to be that way, I don't know which chicks that you actually play with that actually try to play a grown man story, but I'm not a grown man.
Lord, this woman here slow as hell. I give up. You slow as a
bro. Get the fuck off. Like you can't even actually stay behind your stuff. Stay on this square, bro.
I give up.
Go find it. Right. Go find it. You can't find it? We've literally arguing at least 2-3 weeks now. You can't find something?
Wait, let me ask you a question. Am I speaking a different language than you and Clay understanding? Because I keep saying for some reason, maybe she don't understand what I'm saying. I'm not looking for no damn link. Clay and Ray are like the journalists of this shit. These other people, I don't look for that. I come get news. Only thing I do with you, I sit there and I listen. I was like, man, this lady, okay, she know a lot about boxing. I got to give her that. But I noticed, man, when somebody says something that maybe you friends with somebody, you go at them hard. You went at Tank this last fight. Oh, this is not like a Canelo fight. It's not buzzing at all. Then everybody else that's I've seen on different channels, that Tank fight was amazing. They had electricity all through the building, people everywhere. And you be like, oh no, it's not. The only reason why the people here is because David Benavidez. Tank sells out. The brothers is coming for Tank. Sells out in DC. He gonna sell out in New Orleans. He gonna sell out in Atlanta. He gonna sell out everywhere. The dude is box office. So David Benavidez he brings more people. He brings the Mexicans, but the Mexicans are big on boxing. But don't ever sit up there and say the people are just coming there just to see because David there. Come on, stop that. You said that. Come on now. Now go ahead on. Start fussing and call me bitches, hoes, and totem poles. Because I know it's coming out your mouth. Go ahead.
I'm gonna be quiet. You asked them a question, so I'm gonna mute.
No. Let her answer it, Clay. No, Clay, don't put her off. Let her answer what I said now.
Bro,
don't
you
do that,
just
Clay.
asked them a question. Which one do you want? Like, who the fuck are you asking the question? No, you said Claymore, Ray.
This woman here got to be in the 3rd grade education.
No, you just said. Am I retarded, chat? Did Bradley just ask Claymore and fucking Ray?
I said Clay and Ray. Let her conversate. I asked you a question about the Tank. When you said Tank, the people are there for David Benavidez. This and that. It's not big. It's not a Canelo fight. I can just go downtown like easy. There's nothing. Then I go on other channels. People are like, man, the place is exciting. It's people everywhere. The fight was exciting.
People that are not in Las Vegas? People that are not in Las Vegas?
Yeah, where you from?
Las Vegas, baby.
Well, I mean, where you live at? What you say?
I live in Las Vegas. So I know when there's a big fucking event.
Okay.
And I can send you text messages of people saying, "Wait, holy fuck, this."
I don't want no text. I don't want your number. Don't send me no text message. I'm not
giving you my fucking number. Yeah,
Well,
but
why
you
you
don't
say it again?
want to
I don't
hear
want that
that
shit.
people
I
that
don't want to hear
live
that
in
shit.
Las Vegas.
And
You don't want to hear
you
that
sit up
people
there.
in Las
Hey,
Vegas
hold up. Let me
didn't
finish.
actually know
Let me talk.
that this
Let me
fight was
talk.
here. You
Hold up.
asked me
Let
a
me talk.
question.
Can
No,
I
you no,
please
no, no,
talk?
no.
Shit.
No. You already did. You already did, bro.
Emotion,
You
shit.
asked me a
Let me
question. It's my
talk.
fault.
Let
Nope,
me
nope,
talk.
nope. You asked me a question. So in Las
Okay.
Vegas, this was not a thing. People in Las Vegas that I got
I'm
text
not from Las
message
Vegas.
from
I got to take
did
your word
not
for it. I
know
got to
that
take your
there
word
was
for it.
a
Go ahead.
shut up. Did not know that there was a fight
No.
that was going on. That's not my fault that
Okay,
no one knew that the
it ain't
fight was
over. Let
going
us
on.
stay a little longer. I was being quiet. I was tired from my workout. She called my name, so I'm
You
here.
ain't
I'm
tired.
wide
I didn't
awake.
call your name, dude,
I'm
bro.
wide
Like
awake.
literally, I came up and you said she's here again.
That's
Okay,
all
hold
I
on.
said. I didn't say your name.
Bitch, there's no other she
If
on the
the
panel.
wagon
You
make
calling
noise,
Rhea female? You calling Rhea
hold
female?
up.
You
Hold
calling
up.
Clay a female?
Hold up. Let me ask you. I want to
Who
ask you
you
a
talking
question.
about? You
I
are
want to ask you a
so
question.
fucking like if you gonna call my name, bitch, like call my name. Like wait, there's no other female on the panel. Why you
I don't know.
sidestepping?
I was just
Who
sitting
are
there
you calling
listening to my
female?
computer.
Who are you calling female, Bradley?
Yo,
You calling Rhea female? Claymore female? Which one? Hurry up.
I'm
Pick
calling.
one.
Hold up.
Who?
Why you don't
Hurry
never
up.
show? Listen. Why you don't never show your face? What you really look like? Let me see your face, Annie. Shit, I want to see your face. You back up like a crawfish, young lady. All you do is insults. Hey, hold up. One more thing I want to tell you before I get off. You said I want to be where you at. That's one thing that kind of listen, young lady.
I don't fucking care about you.
Can I talk?
I do not fucking care about you.
You said it.
You are
You said it.
fucking bitch.
I want to be where you
all
at.
you do
You
is like
was with
come
this and
over
that.
here,
Can I
motherfucker.
talk?
Like all you do, like what? Oh wait, I'm cammed up. 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 I'm cammed up, motherfucker. I'm cammed up. I'm cammed up. I'm cammed up. Wait, you think I'm fucking scared of like everybody knows my name, everybody knows my fucking voice, everybody knows my fucking face.
Listen, hold up. Who cares about somebody know your name?
Like you are those ones. You are those ones in Las Vegas. Listen, you are those ones in Las Vegas. Like I'll fight you. I'll come at you. I'm gonna fucking beat you. But bitch, you will never.
I don't fight women. I don't fight women.
You're fucking. You will never. You are such a fucking pussy. You will never. You will never. I don't even need the camera for you. I don't need a camera for you because you're that fucking weak. You will never.
You're fun. I like talking to you. I'm never mad. But listen,
I will tell you.
You said.
I'm in Stockton. Listen, bro.
Come on, Rachel.
I'm in Stockton.
Come on, Rachel.
July 20.
Come on,
I'm in Stockton. July 20. I'm in Florida.
Rachel,
July 26. Show the fuck up.
All right, guys. That
No, let me talk, Clay. Let me say something to you. Come on, Clay. Come on, Clay. You're doing me wrong, Clay. You hit me below the belt. You let her talk and let me get off, Clay. Come on, let me make my little point. I was chilling. She came at me, said some crazy stuff, which I like. I like to argue anyway. It's kind of fun. I don't like the disrespect she's doing, but she entertaining to me. Anyway, you said I want to be where you at, this and that. Let me give you some game a little about me. I don't give a shit about attention. Attention ain't no big. I don't play basketball with. I'm pretty sure guys you met as Hall of Fame boxers that couldn't stand on the court with me. I done play with Hall of Fame football players. I didn't ask for no picture. Okay. I didn't ask for no autograph. I don't do that shit. So where you talking? This woman let me talk. Oh man. Oh shit, man. Goddamn, Richard.
Dude, you can't even get off the fucking couch, you stupid ass fucking. Jesus, no.
Rachel, look at that, Rachel.
You can't.
Look at that, Rachel.
What is that?
Rachel, all I do, I work out, Rachel.
Fat?
I work out, Rachel.
Did you see the fat that's between your bicep and your chest? Yeah, that's fat, bro.
Yeah. But I look good.
You ain't trying to throw free throws.
Rachel,
come again.
Hey, Rachel, when I walk around, and I'm working out, I work out with no shirt. Guess what? Don't
I understand that beard is trying to cover your double chin, bro. Your beard is trying to cover your double chin. Like, bring it up, bro.
Yo.
You fucking looking like a goose right now,
Clay,
bro.
no, Clay. Hey, no, don't cut it off, Clay. You gotta keep going, Clay. I was chilling, man. Y'all, she came from me. I want to cook.
Bro, going like this.
Come on, Clay.
Another day. I let y'all go like.
He's good with that. It's okay.
No, Clay. Come on, Clay.
You good with that, Bradley? It's okay.
Hey, Rachel.
We get you.
Hey,
We
Rachel,
get it. We get it. It's okay.
Rachel, go check out my Instagram page, Rachel. Go check out my Instagram page. You're a fan of me. I don't know. I haven't followed you on social media.
I haven't followed you
on social media, but go follow. You don't need to know me. At the end of the day, Rachel, you will not see the next. I won't see the next century, and you won't see the next century. So you know better than I am. You just more popular. That's it. That's it.
I know is you have a double chin and you hiding from that beard. That bicep thing is not really a thing because you actually don't have anything on there, and it's fat against it. Nobody in Vegas, if you're actually trying to show your bicep, has the fat deposits that you have between your bicep and your fucking chest, bro. Like, come on, you're timeout.
Rage, we good. On to the next one. You guys did a good job tonight. Good content. Let's leave it alone. If we're not talking about boxing, we done with this topic for now, bro. Everybody's had their entertainment, and honestly, we've been on for like 3.5 hours, so it's about that. It's damn near that time right now. Anyway, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you know, I'm glad you guys had an opportunity, you know, to iron out your differences.
That was fun.
To iron out your differences. You know what I mean? Next time, you never know. One day, you guys, I got hopes and I got hopes that you guys will be cool one day. You guys are just gonna be cool, and we're gonna be able to look back at these days and laugh. Remember those days?
Dude, I look so skinny. If I actually cover my neck.
Woo! Yo, shout out, Go Good. Yeah, no doubt, man. You know, we had to let him get it in, but you don't understand. This has been built up for a long time now. It's been built up about a good 5 shows, a good 5-6 shows. So we had to let him get it in. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate
Lance Meyer, funny as hell.
Lance Meyer was a bit, but everybody had a good time. Everybody who's been in here knows that this has been building up for a long time. That this was gonna happen. This has had to happen. We had to let them get it in. You know what I mean? Let them go in the backyard, you know what I'm saying, and everybody stay out the way and just let them get it in. Right, Ray? Am I bugging, Ray? This is a long time coming, right?
They've been going. Listen, it's been a while.
So they had to do it. They had to get it in.
I just would have never said that I've been following her on social media everywhere. That was a little.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's just another topic for another day.
Yeah, man. Boxing is a beautiful sport, man. You know what I mean? Passion for the sport. Yo, I just seen.
For the record, I do follow Rachel on social media. Also,
what?
So for the record, I do follow you on social media also.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna go follow him back.
No, but Showbiz just dropped a Ryan Garcia not suspended for. So let me ask you your opinion on this topic, Rachel. So Showbiz just dropped it about 2 hours ago. He went and he just had a breakthrough. I think he read on Fanon's Twitter probably. This is what I was talking about, which was that Ryan Garcia wasn't suspended. We talked about this a little earlier. So you know, this is just for the show. Yeah. You know, not being suspended for actually failing PEDs, but actually being suspended for you know, not providing the New York State Athletic Commission a list of, or not sticking to the list and having a supplement that he was taking that wasn't on the list, and it not being about Ostarine. What's your opinion on that?
I think that people are continuously looking at it as a type of way that is the judicial system, right? So we do have people that have been lawyers, have been in court cases, and have also had juries. But this is not it. When it comes to the commissions, their say all, be all, end all is what the commission says. It's 4 to 5 commissioners that make that decision. So when it comes to that, you really can't say this is how it is. Whatever you think it is in boxing really doesn't apply. And I think we've heard that with a lot of the contracts, with negotiations. And I've said, even with negotiations, if you're supposed to say, if someone gives you an offer in housing negotiation and purchasing houses, you're supposed to say yes and no, or what your counter offer is. That's not what boxing is. Really, they don't actually give you a written contract until you accept a verbal commitment, and then they start writing it up. So when it comes to this, like, I think the argument is, he didn't get suspended for what the fuck it is.
Ostarine order for PEDs.
Correct. Yeah. So, but the thing is that we've been in this conversation for 2 weeks, as far as what everyone's saying, possibly more. And them negotiating, like, listen, okay, if we're going to cop to Ostarine, then we don't think that your Ostarine case is hard because of the fact that they're saying that A sample was tested by Quest and your B sample was tested by VADA. So technically, if we look at it in layman's terms, they have 50% of the evidence and 50% not, right? So it's kind of like you're not standing 10 toes down because you really didn't have the A sample tested and have, a positive test, and the B sample same way. You only tested the B sample because of the fact that VADA tested positive for Ostarine. So being that we're only 5 toes down, that's the only thing that we can argue it. So I believe that when it came to the negotiation and all these things, what they said is like, yeah, but even on 50%, you still fucking pop positive for Ostarine. So we're going to do what Ryan Garcia's lawyers assumingly did, is we will accept the charge of the fact that we took supplements that we didn't list. And what do you guys want to do? Well, we want to do a 2-year sentence. Well, Ryan's lawyers are like, well, we'll cop to 1 year of this, which is a bullshit sentence. Because honestly, if you look at it, who's getting popped for something that they didn't actually list for a year? You're looking at 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. Look at the guy like Julio Martinez. Julio Martinez had, in the state of Nevada, he got 9 months. He did not, he had one of those, he did I think it was it was a banned substance, but it wasn't a steroid. It was a masking and a dehydration. Not dehydration, but one of those things. But anyway, either way, he got only 9 months. So you have to like play these things out when it comes to this whole game and say, okay, well, we can fight this and say, well, you have five toes down, but you do have a positive test. If we cop to this and you want 2 years, can we agree to 1 year? Because you have to remember that Ryan's lawyers actually said that they were looking for a 3-month sentence. So there's already an air of guilt. So when it comes to this and people are trying to discredit or really look at, like, take apart this whole thing, this is not the judicial system. And I think that's their fault because they're trying to be like, oh, well, he really didn't get caught for Ostarine because if he did, it would have been put in the court system. This is not a court system. The commission is judge, jury, everything. And so you have to be able to negotiate with the judge and jury, which is the commission. And I think people
he said it's an Alford plea, accept punishment without admitting guilt.
Yep.
False. I don't agree. I think there was a case of that being opposite on that, Orlando. I do know that you say that a lot because you're a lawyer and you know these things, and I'm not going to question your field of duties because I know you're a professional. I'm not, but I do know when you're also about to be served with something, your lawyers go to put you into a plea because you're about to get hit with something. They're telling you that you're going to get hit with something, so therefore they submit the plea instead of the plea coming back from the other side, and that. Maybe that's what you're saying, but to me, that still says that you're admitting to guilt. Because you're saying like, that's still you admitting the guilt. That's saying like, yo, I'm not going to take that big one because I know you're going to hit me with it, but I'll give you something if you don't mind as an option, and I'll admit to it so you can just leave me alone.
Yeah.
It's like this though, like because you have to remember like the black and white of New York State Athletic Commission, and most of these commissions are it's strict liability. So that's the reason why his lawyer said he was thinking 6 months, and they were asking for a 3-month reduced sentence, right? Reduced suspension, because they knew they couldn't get over on the black and white. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if your mom gave you a drink. It doesn't matter if you went to a restaurant. It's strict liability. So there's always going to be a charge. So based on the strict liability, if the charge on at least the first offense is going to be 6 months, the fact that they're doing a year and they moved over to like, let's play a game. I know you want to hit him for ostering, but it's a 50% ostering case. We'll agree to a 1 year and not a 2-year suspension, because if they bring down the ostering case, then they could be liable for a 2-year suspension. So his guy is saying like, hey, listen, I understand. I completely get it. He's completely liable. Doesn't matter where he got it. He could have gotten it at Starbucks. Doesn't matter. So we know there's going to be at least a 6 month. Well, he also didn't claim it. Well, then we at least need to have 6 months. We want to, as a commission, do 2 years. You're fighting for 3 to 4 months. The medium when it comes to negotiation is 1 year. But T. Orlando can, I mean, I don't know, like, it's different with these commissions.
T. Orlando's definitely going to have that perspective on it to kind of like put it more in layman terms. And like you just said, at the end of the day, I think for me, the most important thing is at the end of the day, Ryan popped dirty. There's no getting around it. And there's no, the narrative that's being pushed that because it's not on the charge that he beat a negative test. It's not, it's disingenuous, right? It's disingenuous to say that, oh, he didn't even, it's almost like you're saying he didn't even pop for ostering when you say that he's not, that this is not, that his punishment is not based on him popping for ostering, right? He popped for that. That's what he came back in on multiple tests. However, they decided to document it, and whatever agreement that was involved in that documentation coming out that way doesn't take away from the meat of the whole situation, which is he got caught with something in his system that he wasn't supposed to have there, and the punishment he's receiving is coming from and branching from him popping on that test, not based on him not filing something or not saying something. Him not filing or saying something is branching from him popping on the test. It's not the other way around. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so, and here's the problem is like, we keep talking about like what's been reported, and one of them has reported that he did claim them. So did he claim them on VADA? And that's why he tried to fight that, and then didn't claim it on NYSAC when he took that urine sample. Right? Like, there's really not a clean delineation as far as, I mean, the news report saying that he did claim it. Because if we were to say that VADA tests don't have anything to do with the NYSAC test, then NYSAC has to have their own paperwork, their own evidences, et cetera, et cetera. But the problem is again, like, we're not clear as far as the people that have reported these things. What was reported is that he said it was listed substances. Was it listed as VADA substances, or did he list those substances when it came to NYSAC? If he didn't, then, I mean, that's a whole different issue. But I feel like as Ryan's lawyers, if you were to say, I took this substance on Monday, because there really is no timeline as far as when he took it. If I'm only fighting NYSAC and NYSAC said you can't take any supplements from the time of medical for the fight until you step out of the ring. That means right before the weigh-ins, they do these medicals, right? They do the eye thing, they do like a balancing thing, all those things. After that, you can't take supplements. So if Ryan took this test if Ryan took the supplement on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, possibly even Thursday, before the medical, they really can't say anything unless he took it after. Like, he's like, oh, listen, I'm taking it on Thursday. Okay, well, I mean, that might be something, and I'm going to write it down. But if he took it Monday, then do you need to list that considering you took it Monday and not Thursday? So I feel like there's no paperwork given as to what the accusation is for Ryan as far as the NYSAC, because they're black and white, literally is only after you do the medicals, right before the weigh-ins, until you step out of the ring. You cannot take supplements. When did he, quote unquote, take this? We have Scooter, who said that he took it as a rehydration, but is that really something that is confirmed? Is it hearsay? Is it like, how do we even make ends of this?
Yeah, I think it's above a lot of our pay grades, you know, and I think words sometimes confuse people who don't understand how, like, the protocol and how things can be documented in a certain way so that it can be officially in the history books in a certain way. But at the end of the day, Ryan is getting his punishment because he popped on the test.
Yeah,
for having oxygen system. That's what his punishment is for. You guys can, you know, I don't understand the significance of trying to paint it as, man, he didn't even get in trouble for I don't know, you know, what to say to that. You know what I'm saying? Like, what does that mean?
It's one of the things though, like, Clay, like, so if you were to drive and they gave you a testimony, like, have you drank, right? And you're like, no. And this is Friday. You're not thinking about Monday, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to click things that happen Monday. So again, like, I think that's like the weird gray, and we don't know because none of us has seen, like, when was Ryan supposed to actually take these supplements. But honestly, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because Ryan signed that settlement.
Mm-hmm.
He can't overturn it, and et cetera, et cetera. So what we're arguing about really doesn't matter. He's suspended for a whole year, and he can't overturn it because that's part of the settlement. I just think that at this point, like, it's kind of like, why? Yeah.
It's content. It's content creation. It's people who are trying to get attention, making content, which I understand, man. And look, man, people are making a living out here, man. Who knows what I'll do in 3 to 5 years from now if I see you guys feeding into it. And listen, I don't know. Look, you know what I mean? It is what it is. But I don't, you know what I mean? I really don't care as much, but people want to talk about it. So we give it some attention. And I see Showbiz put on something like 3 hours ago. So I'm like, oh, look.
I hate how this is like even still a thing. Honestly, Clay, I'm like so over this. Tio's fighting this weekend versus Claggett.
I think that's gonna be a big fight. People sleeping on that fight.
Bam is fighting Estrada. This is how I know that a lot of people that are talking right now are not actually boxing fans. Are you kidding? Bam
we were
versus
talking about
Estrada.
this earlier. Telling you, I was literally talking. We were literally talking about this earlier. You know what I mean? Just saying that with all the boxing going on, it's for these conversations to end up always back to, you know, the same topic day after day after day after day after the day. You can't tell me you're watching boxing and that's what you're talking about every single day.
So over. Bam versus Estrada is such a monumental fight. And yet a lot of the people cannot actually speak on Bam versus Estrada. All they're going to talk about is Devin versus Ryan. And this is how I know that all you guys want to do is fan base versus fan base, blah, 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 blah. But what Bam is fighting against Estrada this weekend is very monumental. It's a legacy fight. It's it's a strong fight. Estrada beat Chocolatito the last time out. Like, and Bam has Chocolatito sparring against him for this fight. Like, this is such a goosebump fight, and yet people just want to dick ride and talk about two fighters when there's so much more even on that card. Like, so there's Sonny Edwards versus Cormier on that card over in Arizona. There's other undercards over in Teal. Devin wins right, but I just think we lose.
No doubt, no doubt, Bradley.
Listen, I think like we have in the last like 4 months, what I have noticed is there is boxing fans and there's fans of boxers. Because this fight this weekend is hot.
Yeah.
It's hot.
100%.
And if you're not following it, like, okay, then you just want to talk about Devin and Ryan, who both of them, one suspended for a year, the other one is champion recess. So we're really not going to see them, but you're taking away from boxing.
I keep telling them, Rach. I keep telling them I keep telling them they're not fighting. What are we talking about? If they ain't boxing, what are we talking about? That's what they. If Devin is taking a hiatus, good luck, Devin. I'll see you when you get back. Can't wait for you to get back. We're gonna talk all about you. Yo, Ryan, you got suspended for a year. See you in a year, bro. You know what I'm saying? When you get back, when you get that fight.
I agree with you, T. Orlando, but let me tell you what it really is. And you spell Rachel wrong, bro. You added a V, but it's all good. Listen. The problem that we're having is people it's like they want to stroke their own egos to be right. And that's what it is. And you can't be right about something that's not true. Yes, you can throw facts out there, but you're basing everything off opinions, from everything that has nothing to do with nothing, just to prove your point, just because you just have a disconnect to a boxer. And that's where the issues come down to.
Yep.
Why every single day? I could tell you I actually was talking about this. I actually got off a channel. I was watching right after Bud, because Devin couldn't be on the channel because nobody would like to talk about Devin. They would lose viewers. So then guess what? When Bud's fight was over, Devin hasn't stopped every single day. I got to the point where I'm like, yo, I don't even want to talk about it. This is so annoying. Right. And I actually learned to entertain myself with it by listening to the host, the guests, just go at it and throw up the most casual points in boxing. And I'm like, yo, this is so funny. Then I go to other channels later in the day and they do the same thing. And then I go and then they have panels of people talking about, did you see what sneakers he was wearing? Guess what? Tank had those sneakers too. He had them first. So now we got to talk about that. Oh, guess what?
Dude, that was the one that Frank Martin went jewelry shopping before. Did you see that one?
Yeah.
Yeah. And no, sorry. He went jewelry shopping after he won the Tank paycheck. But then Frank was wearing that on the ring walk, and that was actually before the fight.
Yeah.
Like, I literally can't. Like, I talked to Clay earlier, and I was like,
I don't even watch it, so I don't even know. I'll be known because like Ray will tell me, or my boy Frequent, or you know what I mean. I have people who tell me what's going on. I don't even watch them no more. I'll be honest, and it's not hard for me. I'm just literally just that disinterested. Like I'm literally that like I'm not interested in it. I just don't care. Like I keep it 100, man. I don't care about that shit, man. I got better shit. I'd rather watch what's going on with Donald Trump and Joe Biden than listen to that shit.
Orlando funny, Clay. Clay, you talk to me every day. Orlando funny. Look what he said.
What he say? Ray, you love talking Dev. Stop the cap. Nah, he don't. We don't be talking about
you that. Don't. I talk to him every day. I'm like, yo, I'm so tired of this, bro. I even tell him throw me in the back room when I say his name on the panel.
I'm so tired of this shit. Right. Yeah. Like Clay can tell you. Like, I'm so tired of it. Like, Bam, we've known since he was 12. And of course, he's with Robert Garcia. We've watched Estrada. We've seen him in Mexico, in Hermosillo. So, of course, like, we're like so interested in this fight. Sonny had said something about like, hey, bro, send me the contract. Nonito said, Eddie Hearn, send me the contract. this is so much more fucking interesting to me because when we're talking about kindergarten fucking level of the things that every people are saying, like, I'm like, dude, if you can't do 1 + 1, I'm done with y'all. If you don't understand the difference between vacate, stripped, and champion and recess, I can't. I'm sorry. I'm not paid enough to be a preschool teacher.
Right.
I would rather, like, listen, what I did on my birthday was I watched Angel Leo spar, and I watched him spar 12 rounds. Within 2 hours, I ate lunch. Then I went to a top rank fight. And then Saturday, I woke up, trained fighters. Like, boxing is my thing. This whole weird, like, oh, well, who's right, who's wrong, and what's the definition of, like, you know what? I can't teach you guys. I tried, but
there's nobody really wants to learn. Everybody just wants, everybody's picking for their legitimate argument on whatever they're trying to defend, right? So they're gonna
that's what it is, but based on what, Clay? That's what we're saying. It's based on dollars.
To defend what their narrative is, and anything that doesn't support their narrative, they're going to attack it and reject it. And that's not based on it being true or not being true. That's just based on it being for or against whatever they're saying. They're not searching for truth. They're searching for a win. So that's how the game goes. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. I understand. Look, I'm late to the game. I've been doing this for well less than a year, like closer to like about 7 months. You know what I'm saying? So I know I don't know what's going on out here, but while I love this sport still, you know, I love to cook. I'm a great cook, by the way. I get busy. And I have had people be like, why don't you open up a restaurant or something? And you know what I tell them? I don't want to risk me not liking to cook, because it's different for me to cook for my family to 5 to 10 people and forcing me to cook for 100, 150 people a day. That should have made me hate this shit. You know what I'm saying? So I choose to cook for my family, and I'll never open up a restaurant. I know that just ain't for me. Putting the pressure on me, asking for food. Look, I'm not doing none of that shit. And this boxing
that's the same thing in boxing, though. Like,
yeah.
You know, like some of these people are so
I get busy.
It has to be some type of way. But let's talk about Bam. Let's talk about Estrada. Talk to me about the records. Tell me exactly
Let me just breaking news that Alexander Usyk just
vacated.
He vacated IBF title. So Dubois and H will be fighting for the legitimate champion. But yeah, let's talk about Estrada and Bam and Jesse Rodriguez. You know what I'm saying?
Jesse Rodriguez has a lot of angles, which Estrada doesn't. And you know, we've seen up close and personal 2 of his fights, and then also like the other ones that we weren't present for ring. It's interesting because one of the things that we noticed is that when Estrada's fighting, and we saw Bam and we saw Estrada, at the end of those fights, we're like, holy shit, you don't have any marks. It's weird, right? Like, you're like, da-da-da-da. You see that. You're like, they're going to have marks at the end of the day. And they never have those marks. And so it's more so speed, not so much as power in that division. Bam has an intense power. He also has angles that have a 2-step angle to his right. I think he does a double step to his right. So with that being said, I feel like he has more of a possibility to win against Estrada, because Estrada is very comfortable in just being there, right? Like, you really don't have to move.
Right. I agree with you. I think Estrada, it's kind of like that new school meets the old school type of situation. And the new school is that Bam is coming in, like you said, picking the angles. He's fighting more strategically. There's more of a science to how he does it. And Estrada's a little old school with it, but both of them bring the speed. They're both there to fight, but Estrada leaves. That's why I think the Bam is definitely going to run through him. I'm not going to lie to you. I think he is, because I think just Bam picking up these angles and Estrada trying to have the fight the way he wants it is going to make him uncomfortable. Not to mention Estrada not fighting in about since 2022. So he just not there in the ring. He probably could have used a nice little tune-up before he got into a ring with somebody like Bam Rodriguez. I think Bam is just going to outclass him. That's what I believe is going to happen, personally. But we'll see, obviously, on the night of the fight. what it's going to look like. But when you got somebody with that new school, that new way of, I don't even know if I want to say it's a new way of fighting, but just Bam Rodriguez is very scientific with how he boxes, and Estrada's going to be looking for the fight to be a certain way, and I don't know if he's going to be able to adjust. It just looks like he's probably going to be either chasing, trying to force, or walking into a lot of problems with Bam Rodriguez's approach to the fight.
It's interesting that you're saying that because I saw a fight that happened. Jesus, who were the two fighters? Two fighters, old school, 90s. I can't remember right now, but 3 nights ago we came home. It was 12 o'clock. We were drinking, and we were watching the fight, and it was literally a style where toe to toe, right? And that I feel like that's where Estrada learns it from. Like there's a certain type of, a certain type of nationality that's just like, hey, we're just going to throw blow for blow. And just seeing that with Estrada versus Chocolatito twice, like I'm ringside for both. Like for me, I'm like, okay, well, this is your game plan. You need someone that's right in front of you. If they're not in front of you, then now the game is to be played. So I think that Bam actually has that little hybrid of course, the old, like, let's bang it out 100%. But I also have some scientific background to work the angles, have you reach when I jab and then you're trying to counter and you're trying to reach and counter that. I think Bam has actually brought it in because, again, we've seen Bam since he was 12. So he's grown up in the boxing gyms. And how many times that Robert has had the one in Oxnard and moved and opened up different gyms. So since he was 12, he sees, of course, the influence.
Bradley. Go ahead.
Influence of you like banging it out, but also like, hey, like he's also seeing Loma. Loma's over at Robert's gym too. So he's being exposed to more than just like toe-to-toe style.
Yeah. That's what you're gonna see, and not to segue out of it, but just to say it's kind of like what people are curious about with Tank and Lomachenko, right? It's what people have been curious about with Tank and a slick fighter, somebody who's not going to stand there in front of him. And Frank showed a little bit of that, what I'm saying, and Tank showed how he can adjust, which I'm telling you, man, that fight with Frank Martin was just made me even more of a fan of Tank Davis by the way he handled that. But there was a lot of intimidation, a lot of games, a lot of mental games getting played that kind of got Frank into that situation. And we're interested in seeing how he deals with somebody like a Lomachenko who's not going to fall for the mental games. You're going to have to actually out-think him and out Lomachenko him. You're going to have to find a way to catch him. And he's not running because Lomachenko doesn't run. He steps forward, but it's going to be interesting to see how the boxing IQ jumps in and plays its part in this game. And Estrada and Bam bring that same element. Estrada is a great fighter, but I've never really seen him. And I'll be honest with you, I haven't seen that many fights with Estrada. I saw the Chocolatito fight, you know what I'm saying? And I know he's an exciting fighter that people love to watch him fight. But Bam is exciting, but also he brings that science in there that can frustrate somebody like an Estrada, unless Estrada shows, and he'll have that opportunity, obviously, on Saturday to show that, he can adjust and he can fight. He can cut. He can make opportunities for himself. He can put Bam Rodriguez in compromising situations, and maybe he can even clip or hurt Bam. And let's see how Bam adjusts to that. If he's able to stick to the plan, or does he get desperate and kind of go? But instinctively, I'd have to think that instinctively Bam would go to what he's been doing because he's been doing it so long. It's got to be muscle memory at this point. I'm sure if he was damn near unconscious, that his reflexes would get him through a lot of complicated situations. And I can't emphasize it more that Estrada's been out the ring for a while.
He has, but look at the one that, Jesus, who was he fighting? Hermosillo. So there's an Hermosillo fight. It was on the zone. I don't remember. He was losing on the early cards. Like, he again, like there's a certain, I'm not going to say like I'm going to stereotype the nationalities, but there's a certain type that they're going to lean forward and then just throw. And that's where Estrada is, it's his strong point, 100%. But when it comes to Bam, because of the fact that he's seeing that because of his nationality, but yet also sees the plethora of other boxers, right? And like how other boxers are fighting, how they're slipping, how they're moving, their footwork, all these other things. He's exposed to different things within the boxing community because he's in Oxnard, and the amount of talent that's coming in there, he gets to see exposed to since he was, I mean, we met him since he was 12. He was boxing earlier than that. So that's the only thing is I feel like Estrada being over in Mexico, we call it in Philippines bara bara, which means like street fight, like just punch for punch. Where I feel like Bam has been exposed to better scientific methods than Estrada has. So this is going to be really, it's going to be really interesting for sure. And I love it. Like, I think that these guys aren't usually highlighted. Again, Sonny's going to be on the undercard with Cormiel. I think this was something that, we haven't seen because a lot of the glory divisions, the 47, 54, 60, of course, heavyweights, those are all the ones that are being touted. They're the ones that have the spotlight on them. So I'm actually really preferential to seeing that there's a main card of guys that are at 115, the co-main that's at 108 or 112. I don't know which one they're fighting at, but just to see that it's actually coming to fruition. Like, listen, it's not just the heavyweights. There are guys in the lighter weights that can actually give a good fight for people to watch, and we should watch them.
Is the Sonny Edwards fight canceled
against Cormiel?
Is he? Yeah, is he fighting? Is he fighting?
Cormiel.
The fight is still going.
Why?
I see something. Let me see what's going on here. I'll tell you right now. Hold on. Yeah, he's suspended.
Who?
Suspended by the Arizona Boxing and the MMA committee. Definitely, something's going on with him.
Who's suspended?
Yeah, I don't think he's fighting.
Wait, who's suspended?
Oh, Sonny.
For what?
Sonny. I don't know. It says suspended by Arizona indefinitely. That's what it's saying. I know he's supposed to be fighting, but it doesn't look like he is. I'm not gonna lie to you, but we'll see.
Wait. Sonny suspended recently?
Yeah, Sonny Edwards. Right now, it says it on his name. He's suspended by the Arizona MMA. I don't know why.
For what?
I have no idea. I can try to find out, but
wait, there has to be a reason.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they're just not saying it. They're just saying he is suspended, but they're not saying what it is. Let's see. Sonny Edwards suspended.
That was co-main though.
No more. Dropped and stopped by, let me see. Board, easy fight. Sonny Edwards. Sonny Edwards barely recognized suffering. Sonny Edwards, he doesn't. Sonny Edwards suspended by Arizona. Unregistered. Oh no. BoxRec just has him up there suspended. Maybe he's, I don't know.
The last time that Sonny fought, it was against Bam. He got stopped. But that suspension had to have been over with because usually what they do is after a really bad beating like that, you're looking at a 3 or 4 month suspension. But that's regular. But for him to be suspended now, for what?
I don't know. I'm just looking at his BoxRec. That's what it's saying, but I don't know. Maybe I'm
but is there a news article that says that he's suspended right now?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find out.
Don't say that because now I'm going to be like, I don't know if I'm actually going to go.
Oh no.
There's no way. There's no way. He can't be suspended to this point unless he didn't, I don't know, do something.
Very interesting.
No, there's no way, Claymore. He's the co-main.
I'm about to pull it up for you too. Hold on. The question is the question is, let me see here. Right there, share. All right, there it is right there. Right? Suspended by Arizona, right? And then here, this is what his name looks like underneath. This is the fight card, right? And it says he's got this big hazard sign next to him and saying that there's an issue here. Click on it and it says suspended by Arizona.
He probably, I mean, I would assume he has to submit like some type of medicals that say that, you know, MRA, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, maybe he's reforming. I don't know.
No, it's not reforming. It's more so the fact that like Arizona, what's it, fight week? Yeah, it's fight week. So, Jesus Christ. So most of these go, check on the boys. Most of the commissions won't take out the suspension until you have a negative of whatever, MRA, physical, eye, whatever. So I would think that that's staying until he passes Arizona's thing that says, hey, like, you're okay. There's no brain bleed. There's no blank spots in your brain. You can see 20/20, all these other things. So he has to pass all those. And unfortunately, a lot of these boxers don't come until fight week. You literally see, you've literally seen like people who, like Amanda Serrano, who didn't do her medicals until Thursday. So until he passes his medicals and gets cleared by commission, then he's suspended until he proves.
No doubt, no doubt. Well, look, Rachel, it's been about 4 hours. No, it's been over 4 hours. We've been running. I really appreciate you guys showing up. Thank you for showing up on the channel, Rachel, as always. You know what I mean? Really appreciate it. And finally, I'm glad you was there to help put some perspective, because I know a lot of people don't watch the light guys fight. And I was trying to speak on it a little earlier, but most people, it seemed like it was kind of quiet. But you know what I mean? You happen to, you know, have a little bit closer relationship with these lightweight fights. So it's good to have somebody to like, you know, conversate about this fight.
Literally where we are. Nonito was in the 118s. He went up to 126. So we still watch it. And I think like if you're not watching those fights, then we're seeing, like, we need to be able to talk about those guys, because this is boxing. If you're a boxing fan, you don't care about the weight divisions and you support every single weight division thereof. So yeah, like if you want to talk about Bam and Estrada, in addition to Sunny, and I will call Arizona State tomorrow and see if that card's still on with Sunny. And if it still is, then let's talk about Sunny versus Cormier. And if nobody has an opinion about it, then we know that they're in, you know, the fan base of a fighter more so than they are in the fan base of boxing, because I'm really excited for this card for sure. It's such a good card and people are just bypassing it. This is a legendary card.
Yeah, it's Candyland. They're out there in Candyland. That's why I call it Candyland. You know what I'm saying? When they're out there doing it like that, you know. So now for sure, man. We're gonna follow up tomorrow. You guys show up for the live tomorrow. Thank you guys for showing up tonight, man. T Orlando, hope to see you tomorrow night. You know what I'm saying? Can't promise you we're gonna be talking about Devin. I ain't gonna lie to you. I won't lie to you. But I really appreciate you guys. So much love, man. Thank you. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, do that. Hit the like button on the way out if you haven't done that as well. Ray Davis is not in here right now, but I know he wants to tell you guys thank you for showing up. You know, all that good stuff. You know what I mean? We're gonna leave it at that note, man. Hey, you guys, Deuces.
Yeah, they hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out. Yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah, I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. It's my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on the jet